Wishes and Wildflowers, A Sweet Second Chance, Cowboy Romance, written by Josie Riviera, narrated by Josie Riviera. Chapter 1. Lily Conrad had lied to her sister for 8 months. Every mile closer to the Double H Ranch, those lies pressed harder beneath her ribs like a stone she couldn't swallow. Not dramatic lies, practical ones. She wiped her damp palm on her jeans and adjusted her grip on the steering wheel again. I'm slammed at the firm. I'll come in the spring. You know how busy this time of year is. The same excuses sat in her scent folder, resembling evidence she refused to face. In the rearview mirror, her short bob was styled with red highlights, the one choice she hadn't let collapse. The Double H came into view in the thin gold light of morning, the log farmhouse and red barn emerging from the mist, while the sun decided how serious it intended to be. She'd known this place from Grace and Cole's wedding. Lily had paused in the meadow beyond the barn, taking in Cole Morrison's smile when Grace came down the aisle. And Lily cried like she hadn't cried since Mark's funeral. Mark, who had loved this land and left it to Grace when he died. This new happiness belonged to Grace in its entirety after losing him. Lily switched off the engine, shouldered her tote bag, and got out of her SUV. The air met her with the iron cold of barbed wire posts and the grounding smell of horses. This was her sister's life, specific and real in a way that phone calls and photographs never managed. Lily's lungs expanded with it. In the neighboring pasture, a man rode along the fence line, hat pulled low, horse taking the ground without fuss. 2 other horses swiveled their ears with the dignified disinterest of animals whose opinions of visitors had formed long ago. Behind the barn, a meadowlark started its flute-like song and let it run, extravagant and drawn out. The farmhouse's door opened. Grace waited at the entrance and waved. She was the taller one, leaner, though she was softer now. Her dark hair fell loosely past her shoulders. She wore a red and black flannel, enormous on her, over blue jeans. She came down the steps and pulled Lily in, a fierce hug that erased 8 months of distance in a single breath. Then she rocked onto her heels, her hands still on Lily's arms. It's about time, she began. Sorry, I should have come sooner, Lily replied. How was the drive? A little over 7 hours. Not bad. Grace scrutinized Lily's face. Whatever she found, she chose not to name. Come meet your niece, she said. She's been waiting. The farmhouse was exactly as Lily remembered, with the lived-in presence of generations, the stone fireplace cold in the April morning. The kitchen radiated the scent of bacon and coffee. On the floor, a padded mat held colorful fabric animals on elastic cords, an elephant, a rabbit, a startled-looking sheep. A cotton blanket lay folded on the arm of the sofa, a burp cloth draped over the back of a wooden chair. Baby Anna's presence occupied every corner as much as weather occupies a valley, pervasive and reshaping everything around it. Cole appeared in the doorway, dish towel in hand. Taller than Lily remembered, or perhaps the house framed him differently. Chestnut hair going gray at the temples, wearing a plain work shirt and worn Wranglers. He covered the kitchen with the ease of a man who was no longer a visitor. He gathered her into a solid squeeze before shifting back. Good to have you here, Lily. You need a shave, Lily told him. A wry half-smile appeared. Grace lifted her eyebrows and grinned. Come on, Lily. She tilted her head towards the stairs. Anna's awake. On the second floor, the nursery was a room with pale yellow walls, a braided rug in cream and sage, and white, gauzy curtains. The scent reached Lily from the hallway, baby powder and dish soap. and beneath, a sweetness she had no reference point for. Grace hurried to the crib without waiting for Lily, who slowly followed. 8 months old, Anna lay on her back in a green sleeper with a printed bird on the chest, her round cheeks flushed pink. Her dark eyes tracked the ceiling with alert, leisurely interest. She burst out a stream of sounds, a bright, curious babble. Lily stood stock still with the clinical clarity of a woman in an unfamiliar courtroom, her hands at her sides, no prepared argument, no opening statement. Anna regarded Lily with a gravity almost comical in a person so tiny. Lily had visited in July with 2 days squeezed from the firm, insufficient by anyone's standards. She had held this baby for 11 minutes on a Monday afternoon and driven to the airport before supper. She promised she would come back properly when things slowed down. Things never slowed. They completely collapsed. With the solemnity of a diplomat extending a formal offer, Anna raised a chubby fist and pointed in Lily's direction. "Hi, Anna." Her voice came out even. It was, she would later reflect, one of the best performances of her legal career. Anna's gaze floated upward, apparently spellbound by the ceiling again. Grace planted her palm between Lily's shoulder blades, which was how Lily knew her sister understood every word of the conversation they weren't having. Lily had focused too much on her career to consider having children. "She has Cole's jaw," Lily murmured. "How so?" Grace asked. "Stubborn." Grace laughed. "I've mentioned that to him." "What does he say?" "He disagrees." The felt mobile drifted in lazy circles. Lily averted her gaze before Grace could see what the sight of that sweet baby was doing to her careful composure. She had spent a decade billing hours while the rest of her life waited. A few minutes later, Grace walked Lily down the path to the foreman's cabin at the edge of the property. Anna, strapped to Grace's chest in a pink canvas carrier, took in the cottonwoods and frost-stiff grass with wide, alert eyes. "Here it is." Grace propped the door open with her hip. "Stay as long as you wish. It's the least I can do after all you did for me after Mark died." "Glad to help," Lily smiled. "Thank you." Cole had already brought her suitcases down and parked her SUV beside the barn. She trustingly left the keys in the ignition. Boise habits had dissolved faster than she expected. The cabin was scrupulously clean, almost aggressively so. Quickly she unpacked. Clothes in the wardrobe, French press on the counter, books stacked on the bedside table. From the pocket of her tote bag, she withdrew a cedar and eucalyptus candle. She set it on the windowsill, struck a match, and followed the flame as it took hold. The woody scent threaded through the cabin. Better. Marginally. She lingered at the sill, her eyes lifting to a hawk, tracing leisurely circles above the mountains. "All right," she whispered. "All right." Cole returned from the evening feeding, bringing with him the bite of molasses-sweet hay and early spring on his canvas jacket. He washed his hands at the sink and told Grace he'd do the last check on the herd. The screen door latched, his boots descended the porch steps, and a light pushed out through the barn's open door. Grace put the kettle on. Over chamomile tea and the remains of the chili they'd eaten for dinner, twilight deepened to violet as the sun dropped behind the mountains. The radio played on low. George Strait's "The Chair," a tune Grace evidently enjoyed as she hummed along. Grace spoke of Anna, the birth, the exhaustion no one warns you about, and later of Cole, the community, and how Bitterroot had folded around them as though they'd always been part of its pattern. She set down her mug and murmured, with the intentional casualness of a woman who had been choosing her moment all evening, "There's a ranch north of us, the North Ridge. Reed Calloway owns it. It's a small spread. You can see the gate from our fence line. A post and a hanging board with the name on it. Nothing fancy. He runs it himself, mostly. Has Walt Briggs for the heavy work? Who's Walt Briggs? Older fellow who lives in town. Been ranching in this valley his whole life. His wife, Dottie, helps read in the house. Lily rested her chin on interlaced fingers. And? His daughter wandered onto our property last week. She's 6, blonde. Very serious about frogs. Reed hired a tutor for her. Says the ranch is classroom enough. I think he wants her close. Grace's voice softened. Sweetest little girl. Showed up at the fence line with a mason jar and asked Cole if we owned any wet mud. Lily waited. He's a widower, Grace continued. 3 years now, no warning. His wife's heart, he buried her on the property. You remember families do that out here. You'll see the cross near the barn fence line. She hesitated at the edge of her words. Stella was 3. We barely knew them before this spring. He kept entirely to himself after losing his wife, and you can hardly blame him. But Stella started wandering. The low complaint of cattle settling for the night came from the yard. Reed woke up one morning to a universe that had rearranged itself without asking him, Grace added. Lily assessed her sister's expression, serene in the manner of a woman who claimed she wasn't doing exactly what she was. Grace, Lily began, you're describing him the way a prosecutor lays out Exhibit A. I'm simply describing our neighbor. Lily raised an eyebrow. Grace only smiled, the picture of innocence. I thought you might want to know is all. Lily had learned over decades when to let Grace have the final word. This was one of those times. Later, Lily and Cole walked to the foreman's cabin past a row of pale green aspens. Cole carried her remaining 2 heaviest boxes without being asked, built a fire in the wood stove with the brisk efficiency of a man who fixed problems in the order they presented themselves, and strode back up the path with no comment on the volume of possessions she'd arrived with. The narrow bed wore a thick wool blanket folded at its foot, and a shelf of mismatched plates above 2 burners. The entire arrangement was brisk and undecorated. A braided rug anchored the center of the floor. Dust drifted through the firelight from its recently beaten surface. The bathroom was white-tiled and functional, and sized for a person with no opinions about elbow room. The window framed the rolling grasslands and a sky crowded with stars. More stars than Boise had ever displayed. A horse whinnied in the shadowed pasture, answered by another farther away. Somewhere out there was a widower with a 6-year-old daughter who collected frogs. Lily set out her specialty coffee for the morning. Heat bore down on her back as the split logs from the wood stove snapped and hissed, sending sharp curls of scented pine. Outside, the cottonwoods rustled in the wind with a papery whisper. She hadn't spoken honestly to God in years, but standing at this window, breath fogging the chilled pane, silence descended, older than her questions, a hushed courtroom before a truthful statement. She couldn't name what it was, though it held her for the count of 5 deep breaths. And for the first time in a long while, she wasn't entirely alone. Her phone flashed 3 unread messages from her former colleague, Dana. The subject line of the opening message: Larkin and Larkin is asking about you. You had callback interviews with their senior associates. Lily set the phone face down on the nightstand and crept into bed. Chapter 2. The wood stove died before dawn. Lily woke to the chill. Her breath was visible in the dim light. The cold seeped into the mattress and settled along her spine. Her wool blanket waged a courageous struggle against the unpredictable April weather and lost the fight. The sky above the mountains bled from dull copper wash to a dull pewter. A narrow pause before dawn, when Montana's climate weighed its options. Through the cabin walls, the main house radio played from the porch, Cole's doing most likely. Tim McGraw's, humble and kind, barely detectable, more felt than heard. This was the hour Lily trusted least. Before the day demanded her attention, there was only herself. She invariably solved the problem with a prompt alarm and the noise of the coffee grinder. Here, the quietness waited. No traffic, no neighbors talking through shared apartment walls, no ambient hum of a city going about its business. This hush came in layers. A rooster's early crow, a sparrow flitting through the tree branches. On the shelf above the wood stove, between a tin of chamomile tea and a box of matches, sat a small Bible, its cover soft with handling. She left it undisturbed. This ranch had a habit of placing what mattered within reach and waiting for her to be ready. Boise offered a place to vanish, not in Bitterroot. The crib upstairs in the farmhouse, Anna's round cheeks, the gravity of those dark eyes. For a decade, Lily had performed the duties that her education had prepared her for. Mercer and Tate dissolved her position in February. Consolidation, they called it, in the measured tone of people delivering a verdict they claimed to regret. In the living room of her Boise apartment, she had set her briefcase on the West Elm console, then knocked a glass of wine onto the tile. She swept up the pieces and began job hunting the next morning as though nothing had happened. Todd, with predictable efficiency, rebuilt his life in Seattle with a new wife and a toddler, the thoroughness of a man who had always known what he wanted. It wasn't Lily. She'd made her peace with her ex's betrayal. Mostly. What she hadn't reconciled was the realization that the lawyer's firm and her marriage had occupied the same space in her chest, and losing both within 3 years left a wordless place inside her. In the months after Todd left, the firm had become her anchor. When the divorce papers were signed and the apartment was too quiet, she'd worked until midnight, billing hours as if her worth depended on it. Partnership wasn't only a goal anymore. It was proof she hadn't failed at everything. In late March, her lease renewal arrived from Gerald Pitts, her landlord. She didn't sign it. The leather sofa, the marble-topped console, the bed frame she had assembled over 2 weekends and sworn at extensively were in her apartment complex's storage unit, which she was paying for month to month and not thinking about. Her savings would last for 6 months, 8 if she were careful. The realization landed late, like a train whistle, after the locomotive had already passed. Before the thought could finish, she got up. She showered, her short bob still slightly damp at the ends. She tugged on dark jeans, the cream sweater she'd bought at full price, without remorse, and the caramel leather boots she hadn't packed. Quickly, she coaxed a live ember in the wood stove's ash into a small fire, the sap-heavy timber sending warmth through the room in slow, spreading waves. When she walked outside, the cold met her with the blunt directness of Montana in April, distinct, holding the piney bite of the cottonwoods and the raw greenness of the pastures. Mist clung to the ground. Far off, a truck door slammed, followed by the rough call of cattle waiting to be fed. Lily closed in on the split rail fence at the end of the yard. The mountains were in their fixed position, capped with snow, and dominating the western sky with a constancy that rendered the cabin, the pasture, and every concern she'd brought from Boise insignificant. They had existed through her firm's announcement, through the unsigned lease renewal, through Tuesday nights with takeout containers stacked on her kitchen counter like evidence. She retied her bootlace. At the base of the fence post, a little girl crept in the grass. Lily took a breath. She could have sworn the yard had been empty a second earlier. Pale and blonde-haired, the girl wore a purple jacket over pajama pants printed with horses. Frogs decorated her rubber boots, which were caked in frost and mud. She scrutinized the dirt with the focus of an investigator who had pinpointed exactly the item she had come to find. "Hi," Lily offered. The child raised her head. Her eyes were a deep, solemn gray, and she assessed Lily with the frank scrutiny of a person who had not yet been told that staring was impolite. "There's a bug," she said. A beetle crawled through the lawn, iridescent green and methodical. Lily replied. "I see that. I named him Clyde." Lily's mouth twitched. "Does Clyde know?" Stella accepted the question with perfect seriousness. "Probably not." Clyde navigated a bent blade of grass. This child obviously hadn't sorted out what mattered and what didn't. Everything was significant. The beetle, the mud, the slant of morning light heating the rough grain of the fence. Once, that certainty had belonged to Lily. She couldn't remember when it had disappeared. "I'm Miss Conrad," she offered. "I'm Stella." The gray eyes stayed on Clyde. "I'm not supposed to go past the gate." And yet, Clyde was fast. An interesting defense. Stella peeked up. "Do you have kids?" The question arrived without warning, the most direct route between curiosity and information. "No, I don't." The word landed smoother than Lily expected. Stella accepted this with a slight dip of her head. "Mama's in heaven. Daddy says she can see me." A quiet beat as she eyed the insect. "Clyde probably can't. His eyes are too small." Lily remained silent. Anything she expressed would be inadequate. "She liked frogs, too," Stella added. "At least I think so." Footsteps approached, boots thudding the hard ground, covering distance without hurrying. Lily rose and turned. The man strode with the confidence of someone who belonged to this land. Tall, wide across the shoulders, solid through the chest. Dark blonde hair carried the pressed mark of a hat. An unshaved jaw, denim jacket over muted flannel, open against the chill. The steadiness of his stride made Lily aware of the frost soaking through the knee of her jeans and the mascara she hadn't washed off from the night before. This was not the composed attorney she prided herself on. He took in the little girl, his features shifting from initial relief to a more practiced expression. He'd obviously made this walk before and worn the urgency out of it. "Stella." He left it there. "Come on, pumpkin." "Daddy, I was following a Clyde." His eyes drifted to Lily, darker than the girl's and far more guarded. For a second, Lily had the impression that he was studying her as she had studied witnesses in court. He extended his hand. "Reed Calloway. Sorry about my daughter." "Lily Conrad." She shook his hand. "Grace's sister." His jaw eased a fraction. His eyes met hers. "Grace mentioned you were coming." His gaze dropped to Stella, who focused on Clyde. "Grace didn't mention you'd be taking in neighborhood strays." "I prefer the term guests," Lily corrected. "Your child is not a stray." The corner of his mouth conceded the argument before the rest of him did. He lifted Stella, sweeping the frost from her jacket before setting her on his hip. She twisted an arm around his neck, her chin finding the notch of his shoulder. He carried her one-handed, effortlessly, as if she always belonged there. She pointed. "Clyde," she told him. "We'll find Clyde another time." He met Lily's eyes once more. "Nice to meet you. Lily, right?" She gave the ground a light scuff with her boot. "Right." He swiveled and strode the length of the pasture, Stella on his hip. Lily held the spot a moment past needed. She circled back to her cabin, her boots leaving prints in the silver frost, and waited by the stove while the kettle heated. She scanned the glint of a spring-fed pond and the bands of evergreen forest climbing the lower slopes of the mountains, noting where the man and his daughter had lingered. Later that afternoon, once the wood stove had established its rhythm, a knock came at the cabin door. Lily set the last 2 pieces of kindling near it. She'd swapped the caramel boots for wool socks and had sat with her feet tucked beneath her on the sofa, her laptop open to a job listing she'd read twice without retaining a word. Reed Calloway was on the step, his hat in place, and his daughter by his side. Her hand clutched the edge of his shirt with an assuredness that implied she handled his existence. Stella had exchanged the frog boots and horse pajamas for a pair of brown paddock boots and a corduroy jacket, the color of a new penny. She held a plate covered in aluminum foil with both hands and the focused expression of a person transporting an item of consequence. "She saw the smoke from your stove," Reed explained. He hovered in the doorway. Stella extended the plate. "I made these." Lily bent to eye level and lifted an edge of the foil. The aroma met her first, warm cinnamon and brown butter, and the sweetness of oats, toasted past golden. Her chest tightened. How long had it been since anyone had brought her something warm from an oven? 4 cookies in a careful row, each centered with a thumbprint pressed deep, the edges slightly uneven, made by a person with small hands and large intentions. "Did you bake these yourself?" Lily asked Stella. "Mrs. Dottie helped me." "Who's she?" "She helps us on the ranch, and Daddy did the oven part." "The role of the oven is important," Lily allowed. "He mostly watched," Stella clarified. Reed shrugged. His expression changed to the serenity of a man who had stopped defending himself to a 6-year-old some time ago. "Would you like to come in?" Lily nodded to Reed. "Both of you?" He hesitated, repeating the action she'd noticed earlier that day, measuring before committing. Somewhere, he'd learned to be cautious about which doors he stepped through. "We won't stay. She insisted on delivering the cookies herself." "I wanted to see the cabin," Stella put in. Lily bit back a smile. "It's far from extravagant, but you're welcome to form your own opinion." Stella smiled up at her father. The negotiation was brief and nonverbal. Reed pushed a breath out and removed his hat. Stella completed a circuit of the room with the systematic care she gave to Clyde, pausing at the candle on the windowsill, the stack of novels on the bedside table, and the French press on a shelf. 12 curious steps. That was all it took for the cabin to contract around them. "You have a lot of books," she informed Lily. "I do." Stella tipped her head, her finger tracing each spine. "What's this one about?" She held up the Wallace Stegner. "A couple of families who have been friends for a long time," Lily replied. Stella considered this. "Is it sad?" "Parts of it." "Do you read them all?" "Most of them." "Daddy or my grandmother reads 2 stories to me at night, sometimes 3, if I ask nicely. Right now, we're reading Farmer Boy and Fritz and the Beautiful Horses. Fritz is my favorite because of the pictures." Reed remained near the door with his hat in his hands, eyes fixed on the middle distance. "That seems like the perfect number of books," Lily replied. Stella planted both hands on the sink's edge and pulled herself up on her toes, her chin barely clearing the sill. "You can see our barn from here, Ms. Conrad, the red one." Lily joined her. The barn was visible through the cottonwoods, a shape in the afternoon light, smoke rising thin and straight from what she assumed was the farmhouse beyond. She smiled. "Yes, it's lovely." "That's where Butterscotch lives. She's my horse. You can meet her if you want." "I'd like that." Reed touched his daughter's shoulder. "We'll let Mrs. Conrad settle in." "Lily," Lily corrected, "not married anymore." "Lily." Another beat of measuring before a slight nod. Stella skipped to the door, ready for whatever happened next with the bold and eager energy of the young. She waited with her hand on the frame. "The cookies have cinnamon, Miss Conrad, in case you don't like cinnamon." "I love cinnamon." "Daddy told me I put in too much, but it came out really fast." Lily grinned. "I would eat cinnamon all day long if I could." Stella accepted this with a nod and raced outside. Reed stayed in the doorway. "Thank you, Lily." He spoke her name carefully. "For this morning, with her." "She's good company." "I think so." He set the brim of his hat on his head and followed his daughter. Lily kept the door ajar and stood with the plate in her hands. She ate a cookie while they headed out through the open pasture. Reed glanced back while Stella raced 2 steps ahead. He caught up quickly, his hand finding the top of her shoulders. The warmth of the cookie lingered on her tongue, but it was the image of his broad back walking away that stayed with her. Lily didn't think about him again until she was falling asleep that evening. The gap between the curtains revealed the red barn. Her cabin held the faint scent of cinnamon and the awareness of Reed Calloway. Chapter 3. By mid-morning the next day, Lily had applied to 7 jobs. The 8th listing still glowed on the screen like an accusation. She had interviewed with an experienced partner at the Larkin firm twice in March. Dana's email had arrived yesterday with a subject line that refused to be ignored. Senior Associate, litigation heavy. She closed the laptop tab on the offer so hard that the table rattled. The music on her cell phone played Casey Musgrave's Rainbow, and she let it run. After a shower, she pulled on a pair of jeans and a green sweater. Her feet were in thick wool socks. A fleece vest hung over the back of her chair, where she told herself she would put it on and get moving. She had not gotten moving. Meanwhile, the ranch was having a perfectly productive day without her. A tractor navigated the field, its low drone rolling toward the cabin. Cole had climbed into the cab earlier, recognizable even at a distance. Authority settled on him, much like a saddle, rested on a seasoned horse. He knew precisely who he was and saw no reason to explain or excuse it. Grace had married well. From the corral came the stamp of a steed and the puff of its nostrils. A breeze slipped among the lodgepole pines and sighed through the branches. Life here ran on a schedule that had nothing to do with resumes. Lily surveyed the blank stretch of grass outside the cabin. The main house sat solid and sun-warmed. On the porch, Grace swayed back and forth, Anna tucked high on her shoulder. Every few breaths, she pressed her lips to the soft crown of the baby's head. Once, Lily had planned her life in neat 5-year increments. Law school, partnership track, the careful forward march of a career that read impressively on paper. Now, she rented a storage unit in Boise and a future that looked like someone had erased the middle of it. A sharp knock rattled the cabin. Through the window, Lily glimpsed a stout older woman in an overcoat trudging toward the Calloway place. Grace rarely knocked, and that woman wasn't Grace. Lily opened the door. In a crookedly buttoned corduroy jacket, Stella perched on the step with the purposeful posture of someone on official business. "Hi, Miss Conrad." "Hi, Stella." Lily tracked the rustle of the retreating figure. "Who's that lady?" "Mrs. Dottie. She comes every day. I told you about her yesterday. Daddy says she keeps us from going feral." Lily suppressed a smile. "Do you know what feral means?" "Daddy told me it means wild, like the Jungle Book." Stella held a mason jar in both hands. A green frog thumped against the glass with obvious indignation. A mid-morning knock, a Wednesday in April. Lily had already registered on some back channel that Stella kept ranch hours rather than school ones. It suited her. The child had the methodical curiosity of someone who seemed to learn best with mud on her boots. Lily leaned closer. "You caught a little guy?" "A frog." "Of course." The frog blinked with deliberate dignity. "His name is Winston," Stella announced as she lifted the jar. "Daddy says he probably belongs near the pond." "That seems reasonable." "He said I shouldn't be walking around the ranch by myself." The heel of her boot traced a slow half circle in the dirt. "I came here first because Mrs. Dottie is busy." Out beyond the rise, a truck's motor quit with a metallic click. Stella tilted the jar slowly, and the frog slid along the glass in a lazy glide. "Do you want to help me take Winston home?" Lily sat on the steps and pulled on her boots. "Let me guess. You caught Winston somewhere you weren't supposed to be." "He was near the fence." Stella shrugged her shoulders. The gate was open. "Convenient." Stella gave a soft bob of her head, apparently satisfied with the logic. The sun had burned away the last of the frost. Patches of snow clung to the shadowed side of the barn and along the base of a stone wall, stubborn and white against the spring mud. The sky opened to a pale blue, so delicate it seemed borrowed from melting ice. The pasture lay broad and unbroken, the grass shifting in loose ripples under the breeze. Stella set off down a dirt path as though she had conducted this expedition many times. Lily trailed behind. "Where's the pond?" she asked. "Near the barn. Daddy says frogs like the mud there." "That's solid frog intelligence." As they came to a clump of water birches, a truck door closed. Stella's head tilted with the precise awareness of a child who knew exactly whose truck that was. "Daddy's here," she announced. Reed stepped around the far side of the barn. The sleeves of his navy flannel rolled halfway to his elbows. A coil of rope hung over one shoulder, and his hat cast a narrow shadow over his eyes. Below it, his jaw held 2 days of growth and an expression that suggested he would gauge his words before spending them. Stella lifted the mason jar. "Daddy, I found Winston." Reed stopped a few yards away and placed the rope on the ground. "So I see." "He lives near the pond. Miss Conrad is helping me take him back." Reed's stare shifted to Lily. She grinned. "Happy to help." "Apparently." When he approached, he nudged the jar. "Stella is persistent about amphibian relocation." "I gathered." Stella waited, holding the jar between them. Reed pointed over the rise. "Pond's this way." They covered the ground in quick steps, Stella leading with the determination of a small general. A rough scrape raked over Reed's knuckles. Fatigue sat at the corners of his eyes. On his left hand, a pale groove marked where a wedding ring had been. He had removed it, recently or long enough that Lily noted its absence. That detail lodged in her chest, heavy and still, as if she had stumbled on a grief that wasn't hers to witness. The barn rose ahead, its red boards weathered by years of sunshine and snow. At the base of the fence line, half hidden by recent growth, a simple wooden cross leaned at a slight angle. A small headstone held the inscription, Isla Calloway. A space was narrowly cleared around it, kept free of weeds by hands that came regularly enough to matter. Lily didn't ask. Reed's eyes traveled over the barn and upper pasture, the quick, habitual inventory of a man cataloging what was his to tend. He had already passed the cross before she formed the question. She filed it away and trailed him. Someone had replaced the hinge on the door. The metal was shiny against the old wood. The tractor and past the gate was older, mended in places. Dried cut grass rolled out through the barn's open doors, thick with the scent of horsehair and the age of sun-bleached timbers. Stella marched to a shallow dip in the pasture where water collected into a pond ringed with cattails. Frogs trilled in the shallows while dragonflies skimmed the surface. "This is Winston's house," she declared. She squatted and unscrewed the lid. The frog blinked at the sudden brightness. "Okay," Stella whispered. "You can go now." Winston leapt from the jar with surprising enthusiasm and disappeared into the reeds. Reed leaned one shoulder against a tree. "Thank you," he said to Lily. "For what? Frog transportation?" "For stopping her from exploring the entire county on her own." She wasn't particularly worried. She rarely is. Stella kept near the pond with the persistence of someone hoping Winston might hop in for conversation. A breeze trailed the sun's heated grass. A bird ran through its song twice, as though practicing. "By Friday, she'll be back for him," Reed said. "She'll need a reason." "Believe me, she'll find one. Last week it was a follow-up wellness check on a salamander. She's quite thorough." "She gets it honestly." He didn't say from whom. Lily sighed. "I'm trying to adjust to the scale of this place. I lived in Montana when I was younger, but it's been a long time. In Boise, the most wildlife I ever saw was a raccoon in the alley behind my building." Reed scanned the hills. "Montana's less subtle." "Yes, that's one take on it." "Grace said you're a lawyer." "I was." The correction slipped out before she could soften it. He didn't press. Instead, he nodded, as though filing the information away for later. Most people rushed to fill the silence that followed. He seemed genuinely unbothered by it. "Did you grow up here?" Lily finally asked. He gestured to the land. "That ridge to the north. My father ran cattle on the upper pasture until his knees gave out. Called it the North Ridge. I purchased it when I was 26. He paused. "He died a couple of years before my wife. Stella was spared witnessing my grief over 2 losses, and I never had to watch her watch me." "I'm sorry for what you've been through." "Thanks. Is your mother still in Montana?" "Billings." He watched Stella squat beside the reeds. "She's 71, drives herself to the grocery store and has opinions about my fencing technique." "Does she visit often?" "Quite a bit, actually. She and Stella have a system." He left it there, as if the shape was enough. Stella jerked upright so fast her braids flipped over her shoulder. "Here's butterscotch." She gestured to the fence. A chestnut mare lifted her head from the grass. "My horse," Stella explained to Lily. "Do you want to meet her?" Lily hesitated. Wasn't a mare small? This horse would tower over her. "She's gentle," Reed said. "Stella runs the operation." Stella raced in the fence's direction, and Reed pushed from the tree. Lily came after them. A tingle ran up her spine. The oddness of participating in a day that had absolutely nothing to do with courtrooms or conference calls. The mare trotted over as Stella approached. When they reached the fence, Reed rested one hand on the horse's neck. "Have you ever ridden before?" he asked Lily. "Once, at a corporate retreat. The horse and I disagreed about the itinerary." That earned a brief laugh. "Fair enough." Stella rose on her tiptoes and patted the mare's wide shoulder. "Butterscotch likes people. You can pet her, Miss Conrad." Lily brushed her hand along the horse's sunlit curves, and the animal huffed out a warm line of air. Stella slipped through the fence rails before either adult could object. "Be careful," Reed started. Stella giggled. I'm just saying hi. She hugged the horse's neck with the fearless affection of someone who never doubted her welcome. She seems very confident around animals, Lily said in a low breath. Reed leaned beside her. She grew up here. Animals make more sense to her than most people. Do you want to feed her? Stella asked Lily. Feed her what? Grass. That's probably achievable. Lily slid between the fence rails, flicking dirt from her jeans as she entered the pasture, the ground giving slightly with each step. Butterscotch angled her head, both dark eyes untroubled. See? Stella clapped her hands. She likes you. Extremely generous of her. Lily gathered a handful of grass and mirrored Stella's open palm gesture. Another horse, larger and darker, wandered over from the far side of the pasture. The horse's ears flicked like a radio picking up a signal. Stella tucked her hands behind her back and rocked on her heels. He's Ranger. Does Ranger also enjoy grass? Ranger enjoys everything, Reed called out, including pockets. Lily straightened. The horse lowered its muzzle, its hot breath puffing against her hair. His nose bumped her shoulder. Oh! She jerked sideways, rounding into an awkward circle. He's enormous. From the fence, Reed pushed himself upright. Ranger, he stated calmly. The horse ignored him. Lily retreated another step. The ground dipped beneath her heel, and she stumbled. Reed covered the space in 2 long strides and grabbed her elbow. Easy, he said in a low rasp. His grip heated the knit of her sweater. His hand stayed solid for an extra heartbeat. It meant nothing. Her pulse disagreed. Ranger trotted away, apparently disappointed by the lack of snacks. Lily remained in place. Reed's hand was still on her arm. Scents of leather and hay drifted from his flannel shirt. The tired crease at the corner of his eyes hadn't faded, even in the sunlight. Are you good? He asked. Maybe. The word escaped, slightly breathless. He released her, scrutinizing her expression. Ranger likes to test people. I assume I failed? You didn't fail, Stella said. He does that sometimes. Lily shook grass from her palm. Worth noting for next time. You stayed on your feet. Reed offered the slightest crease of a smile. Barely. He jerked his chin, shifting sideways to clear the way. Come on out of there, Lily, before the rest of the horses decide you're interesting. Stella tarried inside the pasture a minute longer, patting Butterscotch before squeezing through the fence. Lily hooked her thumb through her belt loop. She'd traveled to Montana to figure out her life. Falling into pastures with cowboys hadn't been part of the plan. Stella waved. Bye, Butterscotch. The mare flicked an ear as though acknowledging the farewell. The 3 of them gathered at the fence, not a boot shifting on the ground. Past the shed, the windmill rotated with a dry groan. Reed regarded the blade's slow spin before turning to Lily. Are you settling in all right? Lily scanned the ranch. Mostly. It wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't false either. As Stella skipped to the barn, Reed kept his gaze on Lily. She stared back. Neither of them stirred. Chapter 4. By the time Lily neared the cabin, the land had shifted into afternoon. Long stripes of sunlight skimmed the porch boards, and the measured rings of a hammer came from past the gate. Hooves tapped a solid beat, joined by the far-off mutter of a pickup easing along the rutted road. The ranches breathed on. Lily hung back, a hand curled around the door latch. She'd spent the better part of the morning walking into rooms without a plan. This afternoon she had wandered into a pasture. A horse nearly knocked her over, and a child directed her schedule. She wasn't sure whether that was progress or surrender. The laptop waited, the screen gone dark. She'd opened Dana's text. Word is that Larkin is sending you an offer. San Francisco office. Subject: job offer. Senior associate, Larkin and Larkin. Lily Conrad. Dear Lily Conrad, I am absolutely delighted to offer you the senior associate position at our San Francisco office of Larkin and Larkin. Your background and interview callbacks impressed us, and we believe your experience will be a valuable addition to our team. Start date, June 14th. Reporting to Miriam Larkin. Please review, sign, and return the attached contract by May 31st. A screen door banged, and Stella's voice floated through the yard. Daddy, Winston went home. His answer came in a low line of words. Lily stepped to the window and shifted, enough to keep him in view. Stella dashed through the grass, her braids bouncing as Reed trailed her. He leaned into the gate, lifted the latch, and Stella ran ahead of him. Lily grabbed her fleece vest, pushed her feet back into her caramel boots, and headed out. The wind blew sharp with pine sap and the slow melt of winter. From the barn came the muted stir of hooves, scraping straw, then a mellow huff. Lily edged along the yard at half pace. The mud pulled at her heels. Her boots made shallow prints, the edges sinking in, the shape losing definition. Once, she'd measured herself by what she left behind: promotions, deals, closed entrances. She hadn't checked the ground in a long time. A white-haired man came around the shed, leading a roan gelding. He touched the brim of his hat as Lily passed without breaking stride. The barn doors hung open. Inside, the light slanted through the windows, dust suspended like snow that had forgotten to fall. Hay and oiled leather, thick with animal heat, cut by motor oil in new sawn wood. She could bill nothing here in her usual 5-minute increments. Strangely, she didn't mind. Stella perched on an overturned bucket, her coat unbuttoned, swinging her legs. Reed occupied a wooden bench near the wall. His navy flannel tightened over his broad shoulders as he threaded a length of worn leather through a brass ring, a halter, butterscotches by the look of it. Did you know frogs can breathe through their skin? Stella asked him. That sounds useful. It is. She picked at a loose thread on her jeans. Winston probably does it all the time. Lily eased to a stop. In the shadows, a horse pawed, the knock lifting to the overhead beams. Reed raised his eyes. Neither of them spoke. For one suspended breath, the world shrank. Noises dropped, light funneled close, and the barn fell away. Stella grinned and said in a sweet young voice, Hi, Miss Conrad. Winston made it to the pond. I saw him, and he likes it there. Lily smiled. I bet. Reed hung the bridle on a hook, hesitating on the buckle before letting go. His boots shifted, as though he were measuring the exact distance between him and Lily. You didn't have to come out here, he said. Not a question, not quite neutral. I was curious what happens after frog relocation. On to halter repair, high-stakes work. Lily smiled. Such a riveting sequel. Stella slid off the bucket. We're fixing Butterscotch's halter, she declared, as Reed held up the strap. She snapped the stitching. Oh, no. Did she escape? Lily asked. Nope, Stella replied with the gravity of a field report. But she tried. Reed gave a low chuckle as he ran his thumb along the frayed stitches. Does she get away often? Lily questioned. Define often, he said. More than twice. He didn't look up from the leather. Every couple of weeks. That's often enough. She stayed near the door, the wood rough and splintered. Do you fix the equipment yourself? He nodded. Practically all of it. You're efficient. I try. Things last longer if you pay attention to them. He thumbed the flap and checked the seam before the next stitch. The muscle in his forearm shifted with the effort. Butterscotch pushed her head over the rail. A ripple went through her hide, quick as a shiver. She remembers when you gave her the grass, Mrs. Conrad, Stella explained. We had a one-time arrangement, Lily told the horse. Butterscotch exhaled long and pointedly, skeptical if a horse could manage it. Reed finished the last stitch, set the awl aside, and handed the halter to Stella. She ducked inside the stall, talking to the mare in an indistinct murmur, the cadence resembling how Reed spoke, as though the right words, offered quietly enough, would find their mark. She buckled the strap and planted her hands on her hips. Daddy taught me how to do that part, Miss Conrad. Bravo to both you and your father. Reed propped his shoulder against the stall door. You came out here, Lily. I was curious. You've been curious since you arrived. Lily folded her arms along the rail. Is that a problem? No, only an observation. She shifted. There were no wandering horses to distract her. Montana's quite different from Boise. He looked at her. In what way? In Boise, she recognized exactly who she was by the weight of her calendar. Here, the afternoon opened in every direction and offered no such mercy. But she didn't say that. Quieter, she said. Quiet bothers you. He spoke as if he already knew the answer and wouldn't let her avoid it. I'm revising my position. Ah, are you now? A faint light shone in his gaze, tracing past recognition. With a quick shift, Stella raised her gaze to Lily. Do you miss your job? Reed frowned. Stella. He uttered her name in a low warning. I'm just asking. Her eyes widened. Daddy missed the ranch when we visited Grandma in December. He kept looking out the window at nothing, and he stopped whistling the whole time we were there. Reed's mouth thinned, the pause sharper than any words. I missed the version of myself that knew what came next, Lily replied to him. My job was only the address. Stella gave a small, decisive nod, spun around to Butterscotch, and grabbed a lead rope. Reed released a slow breath. She does that. His voice was lower than before. Ask the question no one else will? He sighed. Every time. Lily rubbed her hands together. She's not wrong. He shook his head. Can't say she is. Stella's fingers opened, and the rope dropped cleanly from her hand. The mare broke into a trot, circling the stall with her tail lifted. Reed brushed Lily's arm as he moved past her and pushed the door wider. Stella was already outside, arms raised as if she were conducting the wind, her laughter carrying back to them. Butterscotch's tail flagged high in pure mischief. Is anyone coming with me? Stella shouted. Lily hesitated. Better go. His words came softly. He slung his jacket over one shoulder, his hat in place. Why? She'll keep asking. Until? Until you answer. Lily laughed. Fair enough. Sunlight met her at the entrance. The afternoon had deepened, giving the red barn the hush of an old photograph. She glanced sideways at him. The fading light caught the edge of his jaw, a faint scar near his temple. And you? Are you a follower? When it's my daughter? Always. Butterscotch is glad to be out, Stella shouted. Lily agreed. We all are. Daddy says if you keep anything penned up too long, it forgets how to run. Reed's eyes found Lily's over the top of his daughter's head. The grass is perfect this afternoon. Past the ridge, a tractor cut its engine, and Cole rounded the corner of the barn. He yanked off his leather gloves, stuffing them into his back pocket. Hi, Reed. He extended his hand. Reed shook it. Good-looking herd on the south pasture. Getting there. Cole eyed Butterscotch. He said nothing about finding his sister-in-law at the paddock fence with the neighboring rancher and his daughter. The wry shift in his expression handled it. Stella waved. "Hi, Mr. Morrison." "Hey, Stella." He tipped his chin toward the pond. "Did Winston make it home?" Stella's head snapped up. "You remember Winston?" "Of course. At least I think so." He nodded to Reed. "Grace is putting supper on. She made her white chicken chili." "Thanks, but we don't want to impose." Cole regarded him with the fortitude of a man who, after marrying, understood when an argument had ended. "Tell that to Grace." The porch door opened, and Grace came to the top of the steps. Anna strapped to her chest in the pink carrier. She shaded her eyes against the afternoon sun. "Reed Calloway, I cooked enough white chicken chili to feed the county. Don't make us eat it alone." "One condition," he said. "Name it." Stella sets the table. Grace's laugh carried. "Done." Cole left the rail and pulled on his gloves. South fence needs another hour before dark. "Walt's already on the north pasture." Reed hitched a boot on the bottom rail. "I'll get to the southern part at first light." "We eat about 6. Cole gave Lily a smile and headed toward the tractor. Seconds later, the engine rumbled awake. Stella darted beside the horse, one hand resting along the mare's neck. "You trust her with that much animal?" Lily asked Reed. He followed her gaze. "She grew up around them. But still, she listens, at least sometimes." The mare eased up to Lily and nudged her shoulder. The insistent force caught her off balance. "Apparently we're friends now," Lily laughed. For a second, she thought Reed might reach for her. He didn't. The absence slid in anyway. "Careful," he said. "That's how it starts." "With horses." "With Montana." Lily traced the pasture's edge to where the barn sat squared against the ridge. The wind rose, bending the grass in silver waves. Farther out, Cole's tractor crawled across the field. For the first time in weeks, she had spent nearly an hour without thinking about the job listings on her laptop or the version of herself she had been so certain she was. The evening had gone amber when they arrived at Grace and Cole's house. Stella ran ahead up the porch steps, the screen door swinging open. The farmhouse kitchen had shifted into its nighttime register. The overhead light low, the windows steamed at the corners. Scents of white chicken chili in a mix of roasted green peppers and garlic floated from the pot on the back of the stove. Grace set out a loaf of crusty sourdough on the board, the butter dish alongside it, and a jar of choke cherry jelly. Cole filled the water glasses. Stella, with the seriousness of a person entrusted with the honor of table setting, laid the forks. Lily sliced the bread, keeping the cuts meticulously even. Reed hung his head on the hook next to Cole's, came up to the high chair, and crouched to Anna's level, one hand on the tray. She reviewed him with round, imperious eyes, and delivered her verdict in a stream of vowels. He listened with the same seriousness he gave Stella. "Fair enough." He swiveled toward Grace. "What do you need me to do?" "Food is ready and cooked. Sit down, Reed." She grinned at the baby. "She agrees." "She's my girl, born with taste." Cole set a small bowl of mashed sweet potato in front of Anna. She twirled the spoon with focused suspicion. Most of it ended up on her chin. She seemed satisfied with this outcome. Reed took the seat across from Lily, not beside her, though not far either. The kitchen assumed the ordinary flow of people settling, the shuffle of chairs, the thud of the breadboard, the ladle against the pot. Cole cleared his throat, the signal everyone recognized as the pause for a blessing. "Lord, thank you for this food from your hand, for the work that brought it to our table, and for this family gathered here," he said. "Blessed in your name. Amen." Reed bowed his head with the ease of a man for whom the gesture was not a performance. Lily tilted a fraction toward him, his steadiness finding its mark in her chest. Grace placed the first bowl in front of Stella, who leaned in and inhaled with her eyes closed. "This smell makes me think of Mama." Reed set his spoon down. His hand paused at the edge of the table before he picked it up again. Lily's fingers locked around her glass. She didn't glance his way. Grace met Lily's eyes. Half a second of understanding was enough. Cole helped himself to extra bread and said in a low voice, "Tell me more about Winston, Stella." Stella pinched off a corner of her slice and chewed. "He's a green frog, but not regular green. More like the inside of a leaf." "Ah, you're the frog specialist around here." "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" Lily asked Cole. "No, my mother said she got it right the first time and stopped there." He grinned. "I've always suspected she was being kind." The last of the Montana dusk arrived sluggish and blue and endless. Beyond the trees, the meadowlark gave its final call before darkness came in. Reed lifted his eyes. He held Lily's gaze. She met it, counted a breath, then another. She reached for her glass, misjudged the distance by half an inch, and sent it tipping sideways in a graceless arc. Water sloshed over the tablecloth, and the glass landed on the floor with a thud loud enough to silence the table. Reed's chair scraped back. His hand caught the spill with a folded napkin, quick and even-handed. "Hold on." "It happens to everyone," Grace said, already handing Lily a dish towel. Lily's neck burned. She'd billed 800 hours last quarter without dropping a single file. Tonight, she couldn't manage holding a glass. Her ears were hot, and her fingers trembled as she reached for the napkin. Chapter 5. Water everywhere. Reed bent to blot a puddle on the floor. He passed a second napkin up to Lily. "I'm so sorry," she began. Grace waved it off. "I've lost things worth grieving, and this isn't one of them." Lily inspected the glass. "It looks like it chipped." "It was chipped to begin with." Grace set a fresh glass down and filled it from the pitcher as though the last 30 seconds hadn't occurred. "More chili." "No, thanks, it was delicious," Lily replied. Reed offered a near smile, which somehow made the situation worse. Stella focused on Lily. "Maybe you weren't paying attention, Ms. Conrad." "Stella," Reed's voice sharpened. "That's what you always tell me, Daddy." "Thank you, Stella," Lily said. "I'll add your advice to my growing list of life's lessons." Once Lily sat again, Cole passed her a slice of bread. "How's the cabin holding up?" "It's lovely and so clean." "Your apartment in Boise was gorgeous," Grace added. "The cabin can't compare." Lily dragged a knife through the jelly and spread it on her bread. "I don't need gorgeous anymore." A lazy growl of thunder came off the mountains, so distant it might have been a truck on the highway. Reed went still. His chin shifted a fraction. Ears turned to the ridge. Breath held as the last of the rumble thinned. "Weather coming in by morning," Cole remarked. "Yep." Reed tore off a piece of bread. Lily kept her eyes on her plate, lining up bites that didn't need arranging. Each time she looked up, Reed's hand paused. The storm announced itself before dawn. Lily woke to a silence so complete it pooled against her ears. Outdoors, the cottonwoods bent in one direction, their pale undersides flashing. The ridge line had gone the color of a bruise, dark and swollen. Lightning split the horizon. She was pouring coffee when the first crack followed. Grace knocked at 6:30. Anna bundled close to her chest. Cole is on the south pasture. Fence came down. She held silent for a beat. Reed's out there. In this storm? No choice. There's a heifer caught in the wire. Grace's eyes cut to the window. I'd help, but I can't leave Anna in this. I'll go. Grace's lower lip tucked in. You don't have to. I'm okay with it. Lily grabbed her heaviest jacket. Where is Stella? Dottie's got her. She had the girl hunkered on the couch before the first crack of thunder. Hadley Marsh comes at 8 regardless. Dottie won't let that slide. Who is she? Grace angled toward the doorway. Stella's tutor. Through the downpour, Lily drove Grace and Anna to the main house, and Grace was out the door before the SUV stopped. Left at the fork. You'll see Reed's truck. Lily reversed and headed down the track. She came on Reed near the creek dip, one knee in the mud, hands sure and methodical on the wire. The heifer strained against the tangle, sides heaving. Reed, she called. He spun. No relief on his face, only recognition and calculation. Lily, what are you doing out here? Grace told me. She shouldn't have. Go back to the cabin. Absolutely not. With every pull, the wire dug deeper. The post gave. The heifer screamed. Reed met Lily's stare. The determination he saw there must have been enough because he nodded. Come on, then. I'll hold the post while you free the wire. Lily tracked the heifer's leg, the direction of the wire, the section loose and dragging. You'll cut yourself, he warned. I've had worse. The heifer lurched, a rough, panicked surge. Reed placed a hand on its back as the post shifted 2 inches. Gloves are in my left coat pocket. Lily pulled them on. Too big, stiff with use. Mud sucked at her boots as she waded into position. The heifer trembled, ribs heaving. Lily kept her hand flat because leaving wasn't an option. Hold it low, he said. Rain dripped from the brim of his hat. Make sure it doesn't give. The wire shrieked loose. The heifer lunged, violent and sudden, slamming sideways. Lily staggered. Don't let go, Lily. She almost did. Nearly allowed her fear to win. The wire sang as Reed wrenched it free. Lily's glove tore, blood welled warm against the freezing rain. She held on. The heifer stilled, shaking but upright. Reed rose, mud streaked along his jaw. Lily, you're bleeding. She winced at the gash on her palm, jagged and deep. It's nothing. Better to cover it. He dug into his pocket for a square of cloth. Hold still. He took her hand and held the cloth flat against the cut. He didn't rush, and that seemed more significant than it should have. Are you okay? The sting sharpened before dulling under the pressure. She winced. Of course. You're going to tell me you've had worse again. When did I say that? In the mud, at some volume. It was raining. I had to project. He smoothed the tape. His thumb brushed her pulse. Neither of them commented on how fast it raced. You're a stubborn woman from Boise, he said quietly. I'm efficient, and originally from Montana. She flexed her fingers. I'll give you a lift to the barn, unless you'd rather walk. She tipped her chin toward her SUV. Sure, thanks. Rain hammered the ground. Once they arrived, Reed strode inside to Butterscotch, running a palm down her neck. She's all worked up, he said. She'll want attention after all that noise, but she'll settle if someone stays with her. Who? Me? Why not? He passed her a brush. But you should have stayed at the cabin to begin with. Lily tested the bristles. You're welcome. Didn't I say thank you? No. I meant to. Ah, well, intention noted. He shot her a look. You always keep score? Only when it's this easy. He smiled. Thanks. You helped a lot. If you're set here, I'll go check on Stella." Without waiting, he strode out of the barn. He left too quickly, as if staying implied a feeling he wasn't willing to name. The mare crowded her, broad and solid. "You and I," Lily said close to the horse's ear. "We're improvising." Butterscotch dropped her head. "All right." Lily dragged the brush through the short hairs on the mare's neck. "I don't know what I'm doing either." A while later, the barn door burst open and Stella raced in, her rain-damp boots hitting the concrete floor in quick, wet beats. "Mrs. Dottie told us to stay inside." She climbed the bottom rail of Butterscotch's stall. "But I wanted to see my horse." A blonde-haired woman followed, carrying a canvas bag. "Stella saw your SUV, and Reed mentioned you were in the barn. I'm Hadley Marsh, Stella's tutor." "I'm Lily, Grace's sister." Hadley's smile came quickly. "Stella talks about you all the time." "She thought you were pretty, Miss Conrad," Stella called, angling toward her horse. Hadley shook her head. "We're working on filters, aren't we, Stella?" Stella looped an arm around Butterscotch's neck. "Daddy tells me to always tell the truth." Hadley set her canvas bag on a nail. She ran a practiced hand down Butterscotch's shoulder, checking the leg with the flat of her palm. She bent, fingers light at the fetlock. "Don't forget, Stella, that the truth benefits from good timing." "Truth is the best way," Stella said. "Exactly." Hadley straightened to face Lily. "I taught 3rd grade in Missoula for 4 years. Excellent school. Great kids." "I haven't been around kids much. Why did you leave?" "The district cut 3 positions in January," Hadley replied. "Mine was one of them. I came to Bitterroot to regroup and stayed because—" Her gaze moved to Stella, still pressed against the mare's side. "Well?" Stella peered up. "Is now good timing?" "For what?" "Remember? Hadley said you're pretty, Miss Conrad." Lily kept her eyes on the horse and smiled. "Thank you." Hadley picked a loose piece of straw from the rail and twirled it between her fingers. "You've got a skilled hand, Lily." "I've got a cooperative horse." "Horses understand," Hadley remarked, as if that settled the matter. Rain battered the barn windows, a continual drum, combined with the sense of wet hay and leather. A stall door rattled. Hadley checked her watch. "Time to resume schoolwork, Stella." "We'll tackle your reading assignment first." "But the storm is making a lot of noise." "The storm will keep doing it whether you read." Hadley patted Stella's blonde curls. "We'll start with 30 minutes, then come back and check on Butterscotch. Deal?" 15, Stella countered. 20, Hadley responded in the same quick beat. Stella sighed. "Fine." She eyed Lily over her shoulder. "Daddy said you didn't let go." Lily smiled. "No, I didn't." "That's good, right?" Lily nodded. "Yes, Stella, it's good." Once Hadley and Stella left, the barn shifted in their absence, calmer, more exposed. Lily kept brushing Butterscotch in slow, steady strokes. Reed leaned a shoulder against the stall door. The storm had left his hair damp and his flannel dark at the shoulders. "All right, you didn't have to come out in that weather," he said. "You needed help." He frowned. "I've managed storms before." She ran the brush down the mare's neck. "But I didn't want you to manage this one alone." He sighed. "It's been a long time since anyone stood with me, because they wanted to." Her hand stilled on Butterscotch's coat. She turned and met his eyes. "Then maybe it's time someone did." "You make it hard to keep my distance, Lily," he said, almost under his breath. Before she could answer, he pushed off the stall door. "Brushing a horse seems easy when you do it." "I'm faking it." "That isn't what I'm seeing." "Stella's with her tutor," Lily murmured. "Yes, I just left them." He leaned in. "You should clean that cut." The cut stopped bleeding. You bandaged it tight. I'll check it again. He grabbed the tack trunk for a metal tin and a roll of gauze. Hand. It's fine. Hand. His fingers closed around hers, firm and solid. This might sting. I'm ready. Yeah. You don't have to prove anything out here, you know, he said softly. Not why I came. He lifted his gaze. No? Grace said you needed help. So I helped. We manage. You were managing, she agreed. Now you're finished. You risked getting badly hurt. I wasn't. You were moving blindly. I knew enough not to let go. A lull waited. Rain filled it. He removed the cloth from earlier, his thumb brushing the edge of the cut with surprising gentleness. He uncapped the antiseptic with his teeth and dabbed it along the wound. She hissed. Next time? His voice lowered as he pressed the gauze in place. Wait until I ask for help. Next time, ask sooner. That hit. He flinched before he smoothed the adhesive tape over the bandage. His fingers lingered. You're not staying. Lily cradled her bandaged hand against her chest. I'm here now. That's not what I meant, so don't pretend. I'm not pretending. Her shoulders squared. You forgot already? I no longer need gorgeous. He stared out at the rain. Stella gets attached. She turned to him. It's not only her. That's the problem. There it was, clean, unprotected. Lily absorbed it. I'm not asking for anything from her. Doesn't matter. It matters to me. It should matter that she's 6, he said, sharper now. And she's already had people leave. Lily took up the brush again. I'm not planning to. Grace mentioned you're applying for jobs all over the country. Lily's breath snagged. Am I correct? Yes. I understand that plans change, he qualified, but you're probably not staying. Someone else left, Reed, she whispered. Is that what this is about? His expression shut down, color draining from his face. He pivoted, back rigid. We're not discussing that. The words came out clipped, final, like a door slamming. Fine. She swung to the horse. I'll finish here. Check on your daughter. I already did. She negotiated how long her reading assignment would take. Be prepared. She intends to show up here soon. He chuckled and shook his head. My daughter constantly negotiates. Allow her 25 minutes, Lily said. She'll think she won. Fortunately, she can't tell time yet. Lily offered a half laugh. Wait a few years. Lily, he shifted her to face him. Thank you again. You're welcome, Reed. He turned and cut a line between the stalls. The door creaked open. A shower of rain swallowed him up as he strode out of the barn. Lily remained with butterscotch. Press. Stroke. Breath. Water sheeted the windows in silver streaks, blurring the pasture. She wasn't leaving. Not yet. She leaned her forehead against Butterscotch's neck, inhaling the sweet, earthy scent of hay and horse. The mare nickered. We'll figure it out, she said it quiet. For now, that was enough. Chapter 6. The email from Larkin and Larkin sat in Lily's inbox for several days before she printed it. Several days of not answering, as if time might lean in one direction on its own. The page lay on the table, its edge sharp against her fingertip, the ink slightly raised where the printer had pressed each letter into the grain. She wasn't sure why she had made a hard copy of it. Computer screens could be closed, paper couldn't. Maybe that was why. She brought her laptop closer to type a reply. Subject line, job offer, Lily Conrad. Dear Ms. Larkin. Thank you for the email offering me the position of senior associate at Larkin and Larkin." Her fingers stopped. The cursor blinked, even as a pulse. She deleted the sentence and pulled up the Larkin and Larkin website. The partners page loaded with headshots, credentials, and litigation rankings. She'd reviewed Miriam's bio countless times. Lily measured herself against it methodically, her own ambition treated as a fixed point. This morning, she had knelt in the mud beside a sick calf, while a widower pressed the heel of his hand to his eye when he thought no one was watching. The letter read differently now. She grabbed her jacket and the paper and headed for Grace's house. The willows shimmered with new leaves, pale green in restless flashes, so alive, so certain of their place. The mountains held their snow at the peaks, distant under a wide blue sky. A lark broke into song, bright and careless, as if there were no consequences for choosing where to belong. Grace hovered at the kitchen counter. Anna balanced on her hip. She skimmed a free hand down Lily's arm, stopping at the wrapped palm. "What happened? Does it hurt?" Lily flicked her unbandaged hand toward the wound. "Another day at the ranch." Grace placed Anna in her high chair. "I've experienced many of those days. Sit. I'll pour coffee." Lily pulled out a chair and set the paper on the table. Grace plated sourdough toast near a crock of honey butter. She sat, unfolded the page, and scanned it. "Well," she set it down. Lily waited for the rest of it. "This is a fabulous opportunity. I knew this was coming." Instead, Grace spread a generous layer of butter on a slice of toast and pushed the plate closer to Lily. "San Francisco. Senior associate. Are congratulations in order or applause?" "A verdict, please." "You want me to tell you to go? So when it goes wrong, you've got company." Anna thumped her spoon against the high chair tray. Grace slid banana pieces in front of her without looking. Anna considered the banana before mashing it with her fist. "The firm has wide recognition," Lily replied. "Maybe you've heard of—" Grace lifted a hand. "Stop. Larkin has a strong litigation practice, too." Lily laid each credential down. "I'm not stalling. I'm being thorough." "You printed it." "That's not—" "You carried it here instead of answering them." Grace shook her head. "Thoroughness doesn't wait. Thoroughness gets it done." "I don't want to get there and realize I traded the wrong thing." "What thing?" Lily gestured toward the window. She hadn't put a name to it. "Whatever this is." "People? You mean Anna pulling herself up on a chair and me telling Cole? Or Reed working a sick calf at 2 a.m. and nobody sitting up with him?" Grace said it plainly. How she might say the bread needed another 10 minutes in the oven. "That's what you're trading." Lily didn't answer. "I won't say it's enough." Grace lifted Anna, who grabbed a fistful of her hair. "But it is real." Anna babbled and pulled Grace's hair harder. "She's making her position clear." "She's not even a year old." Grace smiled. "I have a perceptive child." An engine fired up. Probably Cole, heading to the south pasture. 230 acres to cover before noon, Lily had heard him mention at breakfast 3 days ago. His matter-of-fact accounting. Reed's place ran smaller. 180 acres, the kind of spread a man worked alone if he was stubborn enough. Reed was exactly that stubborn. "Larkin wants an answer soon," Lily said. "Then answer." As she walked, the pasture pulled in on itself. No birds, no rustling in the grass, only the flat, unnatural stillness that meant trouble. Over on Reed's property, Walt eased up to the fence, stiff-legged, working the brim of his hat in slow circles. Reed knelt beside a black calf, his gloved hands certain along its ribs. The calf lay in the mud, breathing shallow, legs drawn up close to its body. Lily shot through the yard until she reached Walt. What happened? The calf lifted its tail, and liquid splattered into the straw with a miserable contraction. No solid manure, only water and stink. Scours, Walt replied. Diarrhea in cattle. What caused it? He eased his shoulders back. Bacteria, viruses. Dr. Hennessy was out here twice this week. This one took a bad turn before dawn. Her name's Midnight. Scours. The word suddenly had a definition. The calf tried to stand, legs splaying, then collapsed. Another gush poured out, soaking the fresh bedding. 2 vet visits were serious. On a ranch running lean, every dollar had a name. Walt had mentioned that Reed prayed over his animals, not loudly. A hand on the animal's neck and a moment of silence. Lily had filed it away. A few feet off, Reed guided a syringe in slow, exact increments. Mud coated his jeans. His shoulders were taut. I'll mix the electrolytes, Walt muttered to him. The calf's ribs lifted, fell, lifted again. Reed leaned back and pressed the heel of his hand to his eye, small and private, and so brief it seemed like trespassing to witness. Reed. He dragged his gaze upward. Fatigue lined his face. Lily? How long has she been down? Lily asked. Since early morning. He yanked off a glove and applied 2 fingers to the calf's neck. Hennessy says if she holds through today and tomorrow, she's got a fair chance. What can I do? You? His grip on the calf slipped. Sitting with her helps. Keeps her calmer. He hesitated. Your call. Lily ducked between the fence rails, squeezing through the gap. Mud claimed her boots. Slowly, so as not to spook her, she eased down onto one knee. The calf's skin was clammy. The breathing came uneven, but didn't spike. She was born in February. A softness brushed Reed's features before he tucked it away. A hard birth. Stella named the calf before she was an hour old. Stella names everything. His mouth hinted at a smile before it faded. Winston lasted about 48 hours. I told her it wasn't sticking. Midnight, I couldn't argue with. Wait, you argued about a frog name? I suggested alternatives. Such as? Gorf. What? Frog spelled backwards. He shrugged. A majority of one little girl outvoted me. Lily gestured to Midnight. She's all black? Every inch. A watery yellow mess poured from the calf, and Lily's stomach lurched. Easy, baby, she whispered as the odor hit her again, sharp and unmistakable. The weak bleat reminded her that time was running out. Midnight fought me earlier? Reed set the syringe aside and capped the needle with a practiced flick. He paused and shifted toward her. You're different today. The day sat around them. Barn swallows cut through the sky. Lily smoothed a hand over the calf. I came out here instead of staying in the cabin and staring at a piece of paper. Got a worry on you? His eyes were the color of clouds before rain. They didn't rush toward a conclusion. Another hot yellow gush from the calf's backside soaked the straw, sour enough to sting Lily's nose. She swallowed hard. Grace made toast and refused to solve my life. That sounds like Grace. Reed's voice stayed even. You want to tell me what needs solving? Lily could have deflected. She was quick at deflecting. 10 years of depositions had made her an expert at answering a different question than the one assigned. She concentrated on the slow rise and fall of the calf's ribs under her palm and counted the breaths. I have a job offer, she began. San Francisco, senior associate. The words should have sounded like victory. They didn't. He nodded. Worth taking? Excellent salary and benefits. A hoof scraped the dirt, soft and uneven. "Do you want it?" His question landed cleanly. No cushion, no escape route. Lily turned toward the mountains, leaving him out of her line of sight. A couple of months ago, I would have said yes, without breathing. And now? Her hand held to Midnight's side. I think about going back and I visualize the work, the briefs, the courtroom, the strategy. I'm competent at all of it. What I can't visualize is me doing it again. Soil that's been turned over grows differently from soil that hasn't. Doesn't mean it's better or worse, just altered from what it was. He took in the calf, the tension in his face loosening. She's easing. Read. Lily's hand stayed where it was. I'm sorry about the vet bills. A week like this. We handle it. I see how hard you all work. She glanced at Walt as he topped off a water bucket. It matters what you're doing here. We think so, Reed replied. Not automatic, not casual. Midnight lifted her head and held it for a short, shaky moment. Her eyes were clearer. Lily pushed to her feet, knees protesting, jeans long past saving. Mud dried stiff along the cuff of her jacket. The paper in her pocket lodged itself at her side, marked now. Changed. Reed stayed at the fence until Lily's boots cleared the rise. He told himself that he was watching the calf. Midnight had steadied over the last hour, her breathing evening out, the frantic quality leaving her eyes. That was what he should be noting. The calf's legs, her color, and how she tracked sound. Not the mud drying on a pair of caramel boots that had no business being in a cattle pen. He turned to Midnight and settled on a bench near her. Grace's sister, a lawyer from Boise with a job offer and a future that had nothing to do with 180 acres. He'd known women like Lily Conrad before, watched enough of them pass through Bitterroot over the years, impressed by the mountains for a season, and gone before the first hard frost. They left lighter than they arrived, the land giving them what they came for. He pressed 2 fingers to Midnight's neck and counted. Lily hadn't flinched at the smell, hadn't kept a careful distance and offered to help from a safe remove. She had dropped to her knees in the mud without being asked and held her hand flat on a sick animal's side for the better part of an hour. And when she finally spoke, it was not about what she felt, but about what she saw. The calf, the vet bills, the work of it. He'd expected none of it, starting with a woman crouching at his fence line to discuss a beetle with his daughter. Walt trudged in from the far gate and shook out a fresh layer of straw. He gave Reed the brief, level look he'd given for 15 years, communicating his opinion without the inconvenience of stating it. Reed rose and stripped off his gloves. What? Didn't say a word, Walt replied. You were about to. Walt picked up the empty feed measure and tapped it against his palm. Woman who doesn't let go of a heifer in a wire tangle is a particular kind of woman. She has a job offer in San Francisco. Yep. Walt shuffled to the gate. Long way off. That's the point. Reed eased onto his haunches. The shudder in the calf's breaths evened out. She'd been on the ground, and now she leaned into his hand with tentative trust. A picture of his daughter rose in his mind, mason jar in both hands, asking a woman she had never met whether she wanted to help take Winston home. No preamble, no calculation. Stella rushed toward her goals with a directness he had spent 3 years trying to moderate for her own protection, and she often ignored him. She knows who tends it, Walt had said once about the stock. Reed hadn't corrected him. Isla would have liked Lily Conrad. That was what he'd pondered all afternoon, and it arrived specific and unwelcome. When Lily dropped to her knees in the mud, Isla would have pressed her lips together to keep from smiling, and then Smiled anyway. She always smiled at anything that surprised her into honesty. He cupped the calf's flank, holding firm as it breathed. Lily wasn't staying. The offer was genuine, and she'd built her life on moving forward. None of it pointed to a widower with a girl of 6 and a calf pen that smelled like this. He rose and draped his gloves over the rail. However, not a single one of those thoughts stopped him from watching her boots clear the rise. At noon the next day, Stella appeared at Lily's cabin with 2 peanut butter crackers bundled in a paper towel and a drawing. A black calf, 4 legs, a bright yellow sun, and beneath, "Get better. Daddy is taking care of you." Butterscotch is listening for her. Stella twisted the end of her braid. "Horses know things." Lily nodded. "I believe that." "Are you leaving?" "I haven't decided." She traced the edge with her finger. "Is it hard to decide?" "Yes." "Daddy says the hard ones matter." Stella fiddled with the drawing. "Will you give this to midnight?" "Of course, or you can." "Mrs. Dottie told me to finish my homework." "Listen to Mrs. Dottie." Stella made it 2 steps. "Miss Conrad, I hope you stay." Butterscotch hoped so too. Lily had written no. She hadn't sent the email. There was a difference, and she was running out of time to pretend there wasn't. A few hours later, the sky eased toward evening. Shadows stretched long over the valley. Behind the barn, Walt's truck idled and soon quieted. The calf lay where she had been, head up, eyes tracking. Lily slid the drawing through the fence and propped it against the post. "She'll like that." Reed kept his distance a few yards away, his jacket open, hat in hand. "Stella's idea," Lily replied. "Most of the good ones are." He leaned beside her, shoulder to the rail, sight on midnight. The calf's lids drooped and lifted. "She's holding." "Wonderful news." "Hennessy thinks she'll make it through another night." He straightened and rubbed the back of his neck. "After that, the odds shift." "Why?" "If she holds fluids, her gut's recovering." "The first hours are the worst." The crayon drawing lay bright against the wood. Lily skimmed it with her thumb. "Stella said you told her that the hard ones matter." His mouth curved. "She remembers everything I say and nothing I tell her to do." Swallows flew over the barn, and the meadowlark ran through its song. Reed's forearm sat 4 inches from Lily's, and neither of them so much as twitched. "San Francisco," he said it low. No question in it. No judgment either. Only the words set down plainly. "That's where the offer is. And now Larkin. And now Larkin." Reed turned his hat in his hands, in the same slow rotation Walt used, sizing up ground he hadn't ridden over yet. "You're good at your job, I imagine." "I am." He studied her hand resting on Midnight's heaving side as a man watches someone handle something fragile he assumed was already broken. "How you handled the heifer, the fence, the calf." He nodded at Midnight. "You don't do things halfway." "Neither do you." Lily kept her eyes on the calf. "Ranch work, that's not—" "Same principle as any work that has to get done." He set his head on the rail. "San Francisco would be lucky to have you." Lily took in the drawing, the mountains going pink at the peaks. "Reed?" "Go, if that's where you're pointed, and don't try to carry anything." He spoke quietly, too quietly. He seemed to force the words out, past emotions he didn't intend to show. "The rest of this will keep." She gave a short, bitter laugh. "I'm not sure I will." "That's what makes it harder." A calf snorted in the shade, and the quiet closed back in. Neither of them broke it. Either way, loss waited, and the knowledge sat heavily in her chest. Dusk came in on soundless feet, the windmill spinning in the low breeze, the air gone thin. Reed stepped from the rail. "Go eat. Grace will have soup on." A dry edge entered his voice. "She always has soup on." Lily grinned. "True." He cut through the pasture, his shadow trailing behind him. Lily didn't move until the door thudded shut. Pulling the paper from her pocket, she lingered over the yes she'd written, and the line drawn through it. Beneath it, she wrote another word. No. At 6 o'clock that evening, Grace knocked on the cabin door, carrying a saucepan of white bean soup, thick with rosemary and garlic, the broth deep and golden, and a loaf of dark rye bread. Anna slept in the pink carrier, one fist curled up to her cheek. "Cole is with the herd." Grace set the pan on the burner. "You and I are eating together." "I plan to come your way tonight." Grace grinned. "I beat you." They ate at the table. The soup was savory, the bread dense. Grace chatted about the garden she was planting along the north fence, and the fact that Anna had pulled herself to standing using the kitchen chair. Ordinary occurrences, the daily register of a life built close to the land. Grace refilled Lily's bowl. "He'll be all right." Lily's head came up. "Reed." Grace pushed her own bowl aside. "He's had hard springs before. He carries it and keeps going. That's who he is." "I'm well aware." "I don't think you are." Grace folded her hands with the same orderly precision she brought to her chores. "He doesn't need saving. He doesn't even want company most of the time. But here you are, hours with that calf, eating his neighbor's soup." She stated facts, plain and unavoidable. "Make sure you're clear on what you're walking away from. That's all I'm saying." After Grace left, evening took hold. Rosemary, bread, and the faint burn of the cedar candle burning against the sill scented the cabin. Lily picked up her laptop and opened it. Her fingers typed slowly. Subject line, job offer. Lily Conrad. "Dear Ms. Larkin, thank you for the email offering me the position of senior associate at Larkin & Larkin. However, after careful consideration..." She paused. She had written by instinct, how she'd written every professional communication for 10 years, controlled, conclusive, with no visible seam where the deciding had cost her anything. Grace's voice rose up in her mind. "Make sure you're clear on what you're walking away from." She wasn't. She closed the laptop. Darkness pooled around the yard, and she went to check on the calf. The calf lay on the straw, her breathing smooth and sure. The drawing hung on a post, pinned by a stray nail. Stella had obviously come by with Reed, as though the calf might actually read it. "Get better. Daddy is taking care of you." If only it were that clean. Someone names what matters. You trust it. Done. Light shone from the barn when Lily came around the corner. The door stood ajar. A lantern hung from the center beam, throwing a circle of amber over the hay. Reed sat on a workbench, holding a paperback on his lap. The spine, bent at an angle, suggested someone had read it nearly to death and then started over. His thumb kept a page open. His gaze settled on the tack rack above Butterscotch's stall. "What are you reading?" Lily asked as she ducked inside. His chin dropped to the cover as if it might have changed without his knowing. "The Virginian." Owen Wister. His head lifted. "You read it?" "Yes, in law school." He reached into the tack trunk and produced a strip of dark leather, tooled along each edge in a line pattern, a hole punched at the top with a thin cord threaded through. He held it out to her. "I made a few of these over the winter. Stella has several." He shook a bit of hay off it. "Seems like this one belongs with you." "Thank you." Lily smiled. The leather was smooth and substantial. Thank you, Reed. He let the pages of his book fall closed with a soft thump. Butterscotch turned her upper body toward Lily with mild interest, ears swiveling forward. A legal studies seminar requirement, Lily continued. The professor held a theory about frontier justice. What did you think of the story? The Virginian was deeply aggravating, and the woman was patient, beyond all reason. That's the point. I gathered. Lily hooked her forearms over the top of Butterscotch's stall. The mare pressed her nose against her sleeve. A wash of breath seeped through the fabric of her jacket, full of hay dust and the musk of a barn horse. How many times have you read it? Reed shrugged. Enough that I stopped counting. Are you reading it tonight or sitting with it? Lily asked. Contemplating, he replied. Where's Stella? Inside the house with Dottie. She's giving her a bath. Lily gave a small, thoughtful smile. There was a quiet in him that didn't invite questions so much as wait them out. Did you grow up reading? He smiled. My mother read to me every night until I was old enough to pretend I didn't want her to. He set the book to the side. She had a system. One chapter I chose, one chapter she chose. My father's rule was no talking. He was a slow reader and wasn't willing to miss anything. What did your mother choose? Mostly what she was reading, and dared me to keep up. The lines across his forehead drew in. She went through a stretch of Agatha Christie, and I wasn't ready for it when I was 11. Lily laughed. Did you figure out the murderer? Nope. He shook his head. Never. Me neither. I've read And Then There Were None twice, and both times I was entirely confident about an incorrect theory. How about you? Who did you suspect? He smiled. The judge. He was too calm. She tilted her head. It was a reasonable theory. Well, I was dead wrong. She grinned. Still reasonable, though. I thought so. His gaze lingered on her face before the conversation caught up again. Heat rushed up her neck. She shook it off, though the flush lingered under her skin. Does that matter to you? Theories? On a ranch, it matters a great deal, he said. There's a big difference between a wrong decision for the right reasons and one made for no reason at all. You're very forgiving or very practical. Out here, they're the same. Butterscotch bumped her shoulder with enough force to shift Lily sideways. Reed flattened his palm against the mare's nose, easing her back. His sleeve grazed Lily's arm. The brush of fabric hit its mark, quick and sure, before they eased apart. She does that when she'd rather be the center of attention, he said. Lily flicked a stray piece of hay from her jeans. Does she have opinions about what you read? She prefers I don't read at all, he grinned. She's used to the light being out by now. Sorry, I've kept you from your duties. The barn is fine. His voice lowered, as if the conversation had narrowed into a smaller, more private lane. What would your professor have made of the Virginian? He'd say the frontier was a place where the rules hadn't caught up to the people yet. He intended it as a criticism. She turned the idea over. I've since decided he was wrong. The town of Bitterroot would also fail. Probably. Lily's laugh slipped out before she could catch it. Brief, unguarded, disappearing as quickly as it arrived. Reed said nothing. With him, that meant plenty. She wiped her hands down her thighs. I'll let Butterscotch rest. She'll appreciate it. Dusk bled across the horizon in shades of lavender. Reed secured the latch and tugged the brim of his hat forward. He glanced toward the darkened yard. I'll walk you. Her shoulders softened as she gave a quiet, polite refusal. No need, I've got it. She headed to the cabin and didn't look back. Not once. Though hay clung to her clothes and the far more inconvenient awareness of Reed Calloway followed her inside. Chapter 7. Lily had done the math at 4 a.m, the ceiling a blank stretch while the offer letter lay 8 feet away on the table. Yes written across the top, crossed out, no beneath it in the same pen. And on the laptop, a rejection email she'd read twice and couldn't send. The paper sat like an accusation, pulling at the edges of her thoughts, enough time to keep pretending she could live both lives at once. She showered and dressed in the shadows, going outdoors before she could talk herself into waiting. The cold was as sharp as the edge of a blade, demanding her attention. Stars burned over the ridge, fat and fierce. The mountains to the west emerged in dark relief as the sky neared morning. Reed strode from the house toward the south pasture and slowed at the fence line. His hand slid to his side and his hat came with it, held briefly at his thigh. He bowed his head and stood for the count of several breaths near the wooden cross and headstone. The wildflowers pooled in a dark scatter at the base of the stone. Then he replaced his hat and kept walking. Lily stayed where she was until he was past the gate. Soon afterward, his voice emerged. He squatted next to the calf pen. The calf rose on all fours, her weight distributed. A tiny tail whipped at the flies. Lily's hand found the rail without deciding to reach for it. "Morning, Lily," Reed greeted. "Hello, Reed." Our little calf was standing when Walt showed up at 4:30. "On her own?" "Wobbled some, but got there." He eased to his feet. "Hennessy says she'll be okay." Midnight's ears swiveled, and she gave a weak, complaining bawl. Lily slid her fingers through the rail, and the calf leaned into her touch. The grip of worry around her chest slackened. You do the work, and the animal might recover. No guarantees, still worth showing up. She pulled up short. "What needs doing this morning?" "Walt's running electrolytes. I've got the north fence to check before Cole's crew comes through." "I'll take Walt," she said. "You sure?" His eyes stayed on her, taking measure. "You're no stranger to scour now. Lessons stick forever out here." "I'm getting the picture." He kept his gaze on her. "It doesn't get better." "I'm ready." "All right then. Walt's in the barn." "Okay." She dipped her chin and started off. Walt supplied Lily with a bucket and a set of instructions. When she upended the electrolyte powder and it spilled, he handed her a rag without comment. She asked him twice what a good feeding weight looked like, and he told her. When she got it right the third time, he grunted, "Yep," and left it at that. No analysis, only correct. Keep going. The radio sat on a shelf above the feed bins, a woman's voice singing in a minor key. Miranda Lambert, the guitar insistent under lyrics about the cost of staying, sang as if staying was the harder choice. Lily was faster at cataloging what she'd gain by leaving Bitterroot. She had spent little time on the other column. Walt hung his hat on a post. "Get here earlier." She mixed the second batch of warm water and electrolytes. "I was up before dawn." He made an inaudible sound in his throat, half grunt, half hum, and inspected the supply crate. One by one, he lifted the packets and bottles, checking seals and labels. At mid-morning, the barn door rolled open on its track. Dottie strode in with 3 thick cuts of pork, sealed in butcher paper, and a white bakery bag, her coat on, leaving a trail of mud she offered no apology for. She set the chops on the clean end of the supply shelf. "You smell like the barn," she said to Lily. "I'm standing in one," Lily replied. A sound escaped Dottie that wasn't quite a cough. "Reed hasn't eaten since before first light." She held out a bakery bag. Walt grabbed for it, and Dottie shifted without breaking eye contact with Lily. "Cinnamon rolls are from the copper kettle. Don't let Stella have both. You might as well carry them in. You've been out here long enough. I've never been in Reed's house. Door's unlocked. Knock first. He's polite. Dottie handed Walt a feed measure. Reed doesn't always eat when he's worried about an animal. Somebody ought to make sure he does. She grabbed a bucket and turned, which was how Lily understood the conversation was over. Reed's house sat low on the hill. Its porch boards bowed under their own age. Lily knocked and waited. He opened the door in a faded flannel shirt and jeans. He regarded the pork chops in the bag. "Dottie," he said. "Dottie," Lily confirmed. The kitchen was small and orderly, stripped down to function. Nothing on the counter except a calculator with its back missing and a neat stack of invoices pinned beneath a pocket knife. Lily's hand paused on the edge of the top page. Hennessy. A couple of service dates, only days apart. Her gaze moved to the total, and her mind did what it always did, and broke it down. One call like that could be absorbed, maybe. 2 in a week meant failing, not fixing. Emergency rates, parts, labor. She added it against feed, fuel, and the cost of keeping cattle through a fickle spring. Margins already thin, thinner now. Cash flow tightening, choices narrowing. This wasn't an inconvenience. It was pressure. The kind that didn't ease, but was compounded. A trace of a wood fire lingered, tangled with the cooling scent of eggs and toast. A child's crayon drawing of a horse with lopsided green ears hung on a cabinet door under a Montana-shaped magnet. "Want coffee?" he asked. "Sorry, it's not fresh." She smiled. "It's okay." Reed poured her a cup. "It's probably cold." "I don't mind." "I'll make more." He lifted the coffee pot and held it toward her in a silent question before setting it on the burner. "Sure, thanks. I get this dark roast from a local Bitterroot roaster. I order it by the bag." He measured out several teaspoonfuls and started brewing, then placed the pork chops in the refrigerator. Lily set the bag on the table. In the clay pots by the sink, the basil was putting out recent shoots, the thyme dense, a broad-leafed plant she couldn't name growing toward the glass. "What's that one?" she asked Reed. "Lemon balm." He paused for a half-beat. "My wife, Isla, grew it in every house she ever lived in. Said it kept a kitchen from feeling like a waiting room." Lily let his sentence sit. Fresh growth curled at the stem of the plant, small but certain. Stella bounced in wearing yesterday's jeans and a clean shirt, her hair in a tight braid, each section combed with a care that didn't belong to a hurried morning. "Miss Hadley did it," Stella announced, reading the question. "She came early because of the spelling test." She dropped into a chair and eyed the bakery bag. "What's that?" "Cinnamon rolls," Lily said. "From the copper kettle?" "Mrs. Dottie brought them." Stella lifted the grease-spotted bag. "Mrs. Dottie only goes there on Fridays." "It is Friday." "Oh, Ms. Conrad?" Lily glanced up. "Please pass." Stella stretched over the table to grab a roll. Her sleeve dragged through the icing. She froze, staring at it. "It's all right," Lily assured, grabbing a napkin. Reed swiveled at Stella's small gasp. His eyes moved to the icing, to the napkin in Lily's hand, and he faced the counter again. The coffee pot dripped its slow, constant measure into the room. "Do it like this, or it smears." Stella pressed down her own napkin. "She says don't rush." "Who?" Lily asked. "Miss Hadley. It comes out better. See?" Stella wiped her fingers. "The piano bench doesn't wobble anymore." "You have a piano?" "Uh-huh. It's old, though, and the pedals don't work." Stella peeled a strip of cinnamon roll, steam lifting into the air. "I'm taking lessons. Hadley helps me sometimes. I can play one song without looking. All useful skills. She comes on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. Another piece of the roll disappeared. She asked Daddy if she could come more. The coffee pot slowed. Reed topped off Lily's coffee. Stella licked icing off her thumb. I think Hadley likes it here. Lily's mug clicked too hard on the table. She steadied it as the dark surface trembled. The kitchen held the scents of sugar and yeast, the pipes sighing in the walls, the click of the clock over the sink. Seems that way, Lily murmured. Reed stepped into the yard. He came back in with mud on his boots and a blotch of grease along one knuckle that he wiped on a rag. So you were in the barn most of the morning, he said to Lily. Uh-huh. Walt gave me a passing grade. He grinned, filled the kettle, and set it on the stove. While it heated, he sliced a knob of ginger and dropped it into his mug with a wedge of lemon and a generous spoonful of honey. The sharp, clean scent cut through the kitchen as he poured the water over it. Hadley appeared, her hair pulled back in a knot, with the effortless neatness only 20-somethings seemed to manage. She touched Stella's braid with a fond check, then turned to Reed with the ease of a woman who had calculated the distance between herself and a man and decided it was closable. The roan taking the lead rope better? She asked him. Some days. Walt said he went twice yesterday without argument. She stepped nearer the stove, close enough that Reed would have had to make a deliberate choice to step back. She didn't appear to notice, which suggested she'd noticed it completely. That's genuine progress. Walt is charitable, Reed replied. Hadley laughed, her hand lingering on his forearm when she reached for a spoon. Progress is progress. She shifted to Lily without missing a beat. How long are you staying? I haven't decided, Lily said. Her attention snagged on the dent in Reed's enamel kettle, the one near the handle where the paint had chipped down to metal. Sometimes bitterroot grows on people. More often it doesn't. She turned to Stella. 15 minutes, then we start math. Once Hadley and Stella returned upstairs, Reed headed outside. Lily made the window in a few uneasy steps. The lemon balm had gone dry at the edges. She filled Reed's mug with water from the tap and poured it in until the soil darkened. She pressed a finger against the surface to check the give of it, then set the mug beside the burner. At 2:00, Lily spotted Reed in the paddock. He had the gelding on a long line and worked him in slow circles, the rope coiled in his right hand, his body angled past the horse's shoulder. The gelding broke into a reluctant trot, throwing its weight with brief, testing pulls. Lily climbed the fence and sat on the top rail. Reed let it go for 3 more laps, then switched direction. One dramatic toss, and the ears relaxed. The trot evened out. It took 20 minutes. The horse's head dropped by degrees, the stride relaxing from the argumentative shuffle into an actual walk, blowing through its nose in long, concessive gusts. Reed slackened the line while the horse came around him, as though it had been his idea from the start. Reed sent Lily a quick look. Ranger, he said. Coles. I remember. Looks like you've been arguing with him. He's principled. He coiled the rope, his eyes on the horse. Doesn't give you an inch, makes you earn it. I respect that. She'd spent years choosing the gate that opened fastest. Ranger had none. He had a lengthy line and a man patient enough to let him circle until he understood the request wasn't a threat. She'd never waited that long for anything. Even when it cost you time, Reed? She asked. Especially then. He finished the coil and looped it over the post. Come in. He's done arguing for today. She slipped off the rail and jumped into the paddock. The gelding blew once at her approach. She put the back of her hand near his nose, and Ranger crowded his muzzle in close. "He didn't do that for Walt for 8 months, Reed said. Should I be flattered?" "Maybe. Walt's been sulking about it." Reed fell in beside her. A foot of cool, packed dirt separated them. A scrim of clouds veiled the upper third of the ridge. It would burn off by evening. She sighed. "I need to stop treating my decision like it might make itself." "What's stopping you?" She pulled in a breath. "I wrote both answers. Neither one felt right. That never used to happen. I could walk into a deposition with 12 different variables and understand exactly how I'd play it before I even sat down." He allowed her the silence that her statements deserved. "Reed?" She edged toward him, careful. "Will you tell me about Isla?" He took the question without a flinch. "Like what?" "Whatever you'll share." At first, he tracked the horse's paces and left Lily's statement hanging. Then he said, "Isla taught 5th grade. Millview Elementary. Kids liked her. She stayed after the bell to talk to them." His thumb dragged along the rail. "We were unaware that anything was wrong." He shook his head, as if he could undo that part if he did it enough. "She was in a staff meeting, middle of the morning. Someone mentioned she pulled her chair in like she was settling." His jaw shifted. Then she was on the floor. The wind blew through the paddock, lifting dust that failed to go anywhere. "They called it in." He nodded, more to himself than to Lily. "By the time—" He stopped. "They worked on her, right there." He exhaled, shallow. "Didn't matter." "No warning?" "None. 1 minute she's—" He cut the sentence off and stared past the fence. "It doesn't give you any leeway." "You're talking about family risk?" She nudged a dry weed stem aside with her boot. "Possibly." Reed's voice leveled out, though thinner. "It's a thickening of the heart muscle, and I had Stella checked twice in Billings." He rubbed his palm against his jeans. "Machines, wires, all of it." "She's clear?" "Yes." The word sat. He didn't add to it. But whenever she runs full out?" His gaze flicked toward the far fence line. "Or she takes that bend on butterscotch and disappears behind those trees." His fingers tightened on the rail. "I let her go because Isla would have—" "Because you don't keep a kid from living because you fear what might happen." He shoved his hat back into place. "But it costs." "Does Stella realize what happened?" Lily asked. "She understands her mother's heart was sick. That's enough. Who knows the rest?" "Walt and Dottie." His hand stayed curled around the wood. "Now you." She left the paddock and headed to the cabin, Reed's last words chilling like frost on a coat. "Whenever she takes that bend, I let her go because Isla would have." Lily had thought little about faith since her marriage ended. This valley operated on a trust she hadn't practiced in years. You release. You don't demand guarantees. When she reached the porch, her fingers were numb. She entered and powered on her laptop. The draft email to Larkin waited, unchanged. "Thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful for your offer. However, after careful consideration." She'd written it, believing decisions were finalized in a single stroke. That version wasn't in charge anymore. She opened a new message on her cell phone, not to Larkin, to Grace. "Can I come for dinner? I need your kitchen table and your complete absence of useful advice." Grace's response pinged back, already set a place. "Cole-made cornbread." The meal at the Double H was meatloaf with mashed potatoes and gravy. Cole's cornbread cooled in a cast iron skillet, golden. He cut it into wedges and arranged them beside a crock of salted butter. Anna sat in a high chair, banging a spoon against the tray with rhythmic satisfaction, presiding over the food with the authority of a 9-month-old who has figured out that noise produces results. Grace served and didn't ask Lily a single direct question for the first 12 minutes. Cole passed the cornbread and compared notes with Grace about mud, wind, and stubborn cattle. Anna threw her spoon on the floor. He picked it up and declared, "Nice arm!" without missing a breath. "You were in Reed's barn this morning," Grace remarked to Lily. "And the paddock this afternoon," Cole added. Lily smiled. "You have informants." "Walt mentioned you didn't flinch." "I flinched on the inside." "That doesn't count," Grace said. "We all do." Anna dropped the spoon again. Cole picked it up. Anna squealed in triumph. Lily faced Grace while the baby banged silverware between scoops of potatoes and warm cornbread, and staying and going collided. She withdrew the offer letter from her pocket and laid it on the table. "Those recruiters you'd mentioned, are you still in touch with them?" Grace asked. "No." Lily stirred the potatoes, thick and resisting. "I realize I'm stalling." Cole read the letter, then angled to Grace while he considered his soup, a man who had apparently learned through experience when a conversation doesn't require him. Grace broke a piece of cornbread in half and buttered it. She refilled Cole's water glass. She straightened Anna's bib. She did everything except look at her sister directly. "Cornbread doesn't improve with thinking," she said finally. Spoon against bowl. Anna's breathy hum. A tight burst of air skimmed the windows. Lily tasted the cornbread, warm, salted butter melting into the crumbs. She swallowed. Cole lifted the skillet off the trivet and cut another wedge for himself. Lily left the Double H at 9 and walked under a sky bright enough to read by, her breath fogging ahead of her in pale bursts. Reed's farmhouse sat unlit except for an upstairs window, the curtains printed with silhouettes of horses. Soon the room went dark. Lily stepped into the cabin and flipped the offer letter face down. She opened her contacts and scrolled by Larkin and various recruiters, past her old office number lingering like a ghost until she reached a name. Maya Drummond, Holloway and Cross. Good firm, Boise, Idaho. Family law practice looking to add a litigator with Lily's background. Not the senior track or the fast, straight path Lily had drawn at 25. Still, she pulled up a map on her laptop and dropped a pin on Bitterroot, Montana, then San Francisco. The line between them stretched 14 hours and 40 minutes, 860 miles of freeway between this cabin window and the 32nd floor where Miriam Larkin kept her office. She'd been aware of the firm for a while. Maya had phoned twice. Lily hadn't returned the calls. Boise felt like a retreat, the lesser reach, the version of herself that had settled. She dropped a third pin. Boise, Idaho. A drive, not a distance. A salary nowhere near Larkin's, and an office that was probably on the ground floor, but a commute that didn't require her to resign herself to a city built entirely of glass and intention. And 7 hours from a fence rail she kept returning to. She picked up her watch. Walt expected her at 5:30. She set an alarm she didn't need. Chapter 8. The call lasted 11 minutes. Lily didn't move off the door. The phone pressed to her ear. Meadowlark stitched notes along the fence line. The mountain peaks brought a wash of light, while the lower slopes stayed untouched by the first weak sun. The weather vane ticked through its morning argument with the wind. "The litigation track is open," Maya Drummond said, her tone precise, each word placed with intent. "Family law, established caseload. Partners who expect results, not excuses." She let the moment breathe, carrying on with a sharper clip. "You'll have room to advance." Lily eased her shoulders back, the phone tight to her ear. "The team is short-staffed, and I'll need an answer soon," Maya added. "Start date is July 7th. I don't double-track a conversation." "Can you give me a week to decide?" Lily asked. 10 days, Maya replied. "After that, I'll fill the seat." When the call disconnected, Lily lowered her phone. 2 offers, 1 clock, and somewhere between the pins on a map was a fence rail and the man who carved his life into this land. At mid-morning, Stella knocked and pushed the cabin door open before being asked to come in. "I have a piano recital, Miss Conrad," she announced. Lily shook a dish towel and wiped a last night's crumbs from the table. "Good for you. When?" "Saturday." Stella inched further inside, her fingers whirring a splinter in the doorframe. A yellow ribbon dangled from her braid. "My song is 2 pages. My piano teacher says that it's the 2nd page where students mess up." "Is that the hard part for you?" Stella shrugged. "I played it 17 times. 17. An ache opened in Lily's chest. "That's more than practice. It's a promise to yourself." Stella glanced toward the window. "Will you come?" Her hands slipped down, toes pointing straight at Lily. Lily had 2 job offers sitting in her inbox and a ranch she hadn't decided whether to leave. She said none of that. Stella was waiting. "Yes, I'll definitely be there." Lily placed her elbows on her knees. "Play that 2nd page for me." Stella's small shoulders softened. "I don't know if Daddy will come. He came last year, but that was when I played a simple song. This one is harder." "I'm sure he'll be there," Lily assured. "Do you play piano, Miss Conrad?" "I took lessons until I was 12. Lily straightened. "I forgot most of what I learned, though." "Are you excited?" "A little. You can sit next to Daddy." Lily smiled. "What's the name of your piece?" "Morning Dew." "Is your piano teacher nice?" Stella shrugged. "Kind of, but Mrs. Zimba says I get too distracted." "Someday you'll be glad you took lessons." "When I'm done playing, I'm going to ride Butterscotch home in my head." "That's a good plan." "Butterscotch has never heard me play. She doesn't know about the recital." "I should go." Stella bounced a step and darted outside. The yellow ribbon lay on the floor where she'd stood. Lily placed it on the counter for safekeeping. A few hours later, Reed stood at the north paddock, driving a post with unbroken, even blows. Walt loitered, then wandered off, leaving the rhythm of wood to float across the field. Lily came up along the fence, slowing when she reached Reed. "You planning to win a contest out here?" she teased. He didn't look over. "Depends. You judging?" "Only if there's a prize." "Believe me, there isn't." She leaned her elbow on the rail. "What happened?" He brought the driver down. "Rot set in. Been soft for a while." "How long is a while?" "Since last year." Another clean strike. "I kept telling myself I'd get to it. The wood had other ideas." "Wood," she grinned. "So unreliable." He steadied the post with his boot. "You here to supervise or to keep me honest?" She climbed onto the top rail and sat. "Stella invited me to her piano recital." He grinned. "She's been counting down since February." "She's not sure you'll come." He slid his hat higher. "Stella said that?" "Yes." He paused, shoulders locked, and brought the driver down clean. "My daughter tells you what she doesn't tell me." Lily laughed. "I'm certain it evens out." "Of course I'll be there." He stepped off a pace, checking the line of the fence. "Kitchen goes quiet in the afternoon, and the piano music carries to the porch. She's better than she thinks she is." The yard slipped into an indistinct hum, dirt gripping the post with each strike. My mother will drive over from Billings, he continued. Her name is Ruth. She'll probably stay a while. I look forward to meeting her. Lily's gaze drifted past him to the mountains. Reed, I spoke with another lawyer about a position. Who? Maya Drummond. Her firm is in Boise. Start date in July. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Convenient, familiar territory for you. What are you waiting for? I'm not sure. He aligned a stake, tested it, and corrected it by a fraction. Do you ever consider leaving Montana? Lily asked. No. He placed the driver against the fence. My father set most of these, but every post. He tapped the wood with his knuckles. He fixed it true, didn't force the ground to take it. Found the line and worked with it. Lily held her place, not offering a word. He tamped the dirt with the heel of his boot. My grandmother's garden is still on the east side of the house. Stella learned to walk in the yard. There are years this ranch barely makes the math work. But it's mine and it's hers, and there's no other calculation. Slowly, Lily nodded. Your father built all this? Reed scanned the pasture. Started it. I finished it. She nodded. He'd be glad you kept it. I think so. He squared up to the post and drove another hit. I hope so. An hour later, Hadley's truck parked in Reed's driveway. Soon, a light burned in his kitchen window. Inside, two shadows overlapped at the counter, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. Hadley leaned over and pointed, one hand lifting a wooden spoon, while Reed bent his head to look. Lily's steps shortened as she swept her porch, her gaze held on his house. Hadley laughed at whatever Reed said. Her hair slipped forward as she turned toward him, and Reed reached past her for a dish towel hanging near the sink. Easy. Familiar. Two people who belonged in the same room. Lily tightened her grip on the broom. She'd seen more than she could handle. The stoop needed no further attention. Her cabin door stuck at the hinge. She pushed it with her hip, stepped inside, and fed kindling into the stove. A thin line of heat licked upward. Hadley would probably go straight to where the kettle lived without asking. She knew which burner flared too high, and how Stella liked her hair parted before braiding. Which horse to keep clear of on windy days. Names, habits. The seconds that stitched a place together. An engine turned, and Hadley's truck vanished down the drive. Silence followed, sudden and wide. Before she talked herself out of it, Lily tugged on her boots, tucked Stella's yellow ribbon in her pocket, and covered the distance to Reed's house in rapid steps. The old porch answered her approach, a reminder of how many years he'd lived there. Her knuckles brushed the wood, and the door swung open. Reed planted a hand on the doorframe as if he'd been standing there all along. Hadley was here earlier. Come in. What brought you over? Lily reached into her pocket and held out the ribbon. Stella left this. She'd rehearsed what she'd say on the walkover. It sounded less convincing out loud. She likes this one, thanks. He set it on the counter. Have a seat. Lily slipped inside. She and Stella seemed to get along well. Hadley's fine. He nudged a chair with the toe of his boot and planted a hand on the back, holding it steady. She's not you, though. Lily held her breath. She hadn't expected that. She sat, but slowly. The stove clicked as it cooled. Above them, Stella pattered through her room. Hadley is here a lot, she added. Lily. She lifted her eyes. When the house empties, it's not her, I hear. He drifted nearer. Reed, I didn't say I was staying in Montana. I've never asked you to. She pushed away from the table, the chair legs dragging over the floor as she stood. You have a life that runs without me. It works. Works isn't the same as right. Upstairs, a drawer bumped shut. The house eased. He was in front of her before she could push back any farther. I get it. His voice dropped. I already hear where you're headed. That's not what this is. He lifted his hand and stroked her face, his thumb on her cheekbone. Every part of her leaned into him. His lips touched hers, a press of breath, careful. Her hand came up to his chest. She wasn't sure what she meant by it, only that her fingers closed on the fold of his shirt and held on. Heat rose off him, his forehead nearly to hers. She answered with a gentle tilt, letting the kiss find its shape. Lily, he whispered, you don't get to decide what this is for me and then walk away from it. I'm not deciding anything. She stepped back far enough to breathe, not far enough to leave him. You've got your system. I'm an extra. You're wrong. She reached for the door handle, cold metal against her palm. Am I? His hand lifted a fraction, then dropped to his thigh. Come back for supper. Dottie is cooking and leaving some food. About 6. She said, Can I bring anything? He shook his head. No, just come. The air slipped around her, cool in contrast to the heat clinging to her skin. A meal at Reed's home brought the familiar run of the ordinary. Beans simmered down to richness, cornbread crisp at the edges, and the green snap of pickled okra. He began with a blessing, his hands clasped on the worn pine table. When the amen faded, he rubbed a hand over his jaw, the scrape of stubble noticeable in the hush. Stella poked at her beans with her spoon. Beethoven sounds angry, she said. Sometimes he is, Lily answered, smoothing the napkin over her lap. My piano piece is happy. Not loud happy, quiet happy, like when I wake up and can tell it's a riding morning for sure. Reed turned slightly to show she had him, amusement threading through his fatigue. Then he settled back to his meal. You're describing a perfect day, Lily said. Stella picked up her fork. Mrs. Dottie's okra is better than it looks. Reed reached for the serving bowl, giving the beans a slow stir before setting it down. His knee brushed Lily's under the table, a warm contact neither of them could pretend hadn't happened. Lily's fingers stilled. Reed's jaw tightened for a beat. Stella finished her okra with single-minded focus, then slid off her chair and padded toward the living room, humming. Lily gathered the plates, careful with the clatter, and Reed rose to help. They moved around each other in the narrow kitchen, not touching, not even close, yet every pass edged with the memory of what they'd crossed. When the last dish was set aside, Lily wiped her hands on a towel and shifted toward the door, giving herself a breath of space. Reed stopped where he was, as if one more step might shift what neither of them was ready to name. Lily gathered her jacket and bag. Thanks for dinner, she said. He nodded. A pleasure. Been a while since supper felt like supper. And that was enough to end the night, not neatly, not cleanly, but with the sense that nothing between them had settled at all. The lights in Reed's house shut down gradually. The kitchen darkened first, followed by the room off the hall. Finally, the upstairs window with the horse-printed curtains went black. Lily clicked open her laptop where the Larkin draft waited. The words held their shape but didn't land. Her gaze shifted to the dark windows of Reed's house, where the reflection of the kitchen table surfaced. Lily replayed their dinner together. Stella's hands counted measures in the air, while Reed nodded, his chair tipped back on 2 legs, the scrape of a platter, the tangle of voices unburdened by a performance. Chapter 9. Early May had arrived without announcing itself. Ruth, Reed's mother, showed up in a truck dusted with miles, a Billings plate, and a dent in the rear panel. Lily was on the porch when the truck's door swung open. Same height as Reed, same economy of motion. She wore a wool cardigan, her silver hair cut short and neat. She considered the cabin before shifting toward Reed's house. "You'd be Lily," she said, as Lily approached to greet her. "I'm Ruth Calloway." She shifted her bag higher on her shoulder. "Reed mentioned Grace's sister was staying out here." "I don't intend for it to be permanent." Ruth's gaze took Lily in with silent assessment. "Funny how often people arrive somewhere with a plan like that." "I'm a lawyer. This arrangement is temporary?" "Of course it is." Ruth set her bag by the doorpost and rolled her shoulders. 5.5 hours in a truck gives a woman too much time to think. A proper cup of tea would be welcome. Lily glanced toward the empty yard. "Stella is with Dottie at the barn, and Reed drove to the feed store in town." "I didn't expect him to be here." Ruth met her gaze. "I was asking you." Lily shifted. "I'm not sure Let me make this easier. I've been driving since dawn. I'd rather not drink my first cup alone." She paused on the worn rug at the entrance, giving the space a moment. "This place suits you more than you might think." Lily entered with her and closed the door behind them. "You just met me." "I know my son. That's a start." Lily stared at her. "Reed mentions me?" "Not in so many words." Ruth set her bag down and filled the kettle at the sink. She unpacked a small tin of loose-leaf tea from the cupboard and measured out 2 careful scoops into the teapot. "Though your name comes up every time we talk." Lily busied herself placing napkins on the table, then reached for the honey jar, twisting the cap open with a soft pop. "I'm not sure what that means." "It means you may not be as temporary here as you'd like to believe." "Reed makes things sound simpler than they are." Ruth brewed the tea without asking where anything else was. "I'm in the spare room off the back hall. Same bed I sleep in every visit since Reed bought this place from his father. He keeps it made up." Her voice came easy. "Stella called me about the recital and mentioned the piece had a second page. For her, that was worth noting." "Certainly." Through the window, Stella did a cartwheel, then examined the grass, only to abandon it halfway. "She does that." Ruth stepped up to Lily's shoulder. "Starts a thing and leaves it, if it lacks significance." "She's a curious child. She wants to understand the whole place, top to bottom." "True." Ruth poured the tea. She pushed the honey jar toward Lily with a small, knowing tilt of her head. "But she doesn't stay long where she isn't certain. She's had to learn early who's steady and who's not." "I'm doing my best to be reliable." Lily locked her hands on the back of the chair that Reed commonly used, then pulled away. She took a chair opposite Ruth instead. "How's your sister?" Ruth asked. "Happy. Grace and Cole are well." "She's good for him." Ruth smoothed a small crease on the tablecloth. "He needed someone who could hold her own." "That's her," Lily agreed. "Reed tells me you're a lawyer." "I was, in Boise, Idaho. The firm restructured." Lily kept it brief. "I've had some time." "Time," Ruth repeated, as if that explained everything. On Saturday, they drove into town on the scent of fresh-cut grass and diesel from tractors idling at the feed store. Pickup trucks rolled slower, windows down, drivers leaning out to call across the road. Screen doors slapped open and shut, and kids raced their bikes in widening loops around the courthouse square. The truck rocked as Reed steadied the wheel. Ruth angled toward the window, and Stella's boots tapped against the back of Lily's seat. A hardware shop sat square on the block with the rakes out front. The bakery, with its hand-lettered pie board, "Rhubarb Today," meant someone had been awake before dawn. The diner's neon coffee cup kept a slow, flickering blink. At the far end of Main Street, A white clapboard church rose, plain and steadfast, before a somber backdrop of pines, a sight familiar to everyone in Bitterroot. This afternoon, Lily would sit inside, applauding an adorable little blonde girl performing Morning Dew on an upright piano, which wasn't the picture she had in mind when she'd packed her blue linen jacket for Montana. She paired it with beige slim trousers, a cream silk blouse, suede ankle boots, and gold hoop earrings. Not a typical ranch Saturday, not even close. But Stella had said the blue jacket with such authority, when Lily showed her, she hadn't argued. Pastor Michael stood on the front steps. "North wall?" He directed two teenage boys hoisting a long extension ladder and a toolbox. He was a compact figure in his mid-60s, silver hair combed neatly, his clerical collar over a pressed white shirt and dark slacks. He folded his hands loosely and waited for Stella's group to come closer. "Glad you made it." "Stella?" The pastor smiled. "Are you ready for the piano recital?" "Yep," Stella replied. "Then let's hear it." He held the door open as they entered the church. Stella took the lead, her white eyelet dress grazing the tops of her boots, braid pinned up for the occasion. Reed had exchanged his work jacket for a dark button-down, which Lily suspected was the closest thing to formal the ranch permitted. They had rearranged the sanctuary, setting up folding chairs in rows directed toward an upright piano. A hand-lettered banner read Spring Recital in blue tempera, slightly uneven on the left, where the painter ran short of space. Stella claimed her spot in the performers section without hesitation. Reed guided Lily to the third row with two fingers at her elbow, the touch so light it was almost deniable, and sat beside her. He pulled out the empty chair on his other side and set his hat on the seat. He didn't glance at Lily when he did it. She was the only one who noticed, which she suspected was exactly how he planned it. Mrs. Zimba, the piano teacher, held several programs and ushered children to a reserved row with the practiced efficiency of a woman who had spent 20 years performing this task and intended to continue for another 20. She was stout and orderly, her iron gray hair secured firmly at the back of her head, her reading glasses worn on a chain around her neck. She acknowledged Reed with a nod, and Stella with a brisk approval she gave students who showed up on time. Hadley came through the side door, red dress cinched with a side tie, strands pinned loosely at the nape. She checked the fall of the fabric and eased into Reed's space. "I'm so glad Stella settled into the second page. She practiced quite a bit." "She'll be fine," he replied. "And Lily, you're still in Montana." Hadley snagged a stray thread from her sleeve and flicked it away, her voice smooth as glass. Lily pinched her folded program. "Funny how plans change once you're actually here." Hadley eyed the empty seat. "Sorry taken," Reed said. "My mother is talking with some folks and is joining us." Ruth eased up the aisle, and he removed his hat so that she could sit on the empty seat. She regarded Lily with a direct gaze before shifting her attention to her granddaughter. Whatever she thought, she kept it behind her teeth. Stella perched in the second row, fidgeting with the program. Reed's guard slipped in the slight shift of his posture. He'd already decided he would love this little girl, no matter what happened at the piano. Lily had sat on that fence rail for weeks, trying to figure out how he did it, how he let people go toward what might hurt them and waited, regardless. The church quieted as the first set of hands found the keys. Stella was the fourth child called. Like a student instructed to walk, not run, she made a straight path to the piano with her chin held high. She adjusted the bench, decided it was wrong, adjusted it again, and sat down. Mrs. Zimba kept her place near the wall, her presence enough to keep the children in line. Stella studied the keys, then she scanned the room. She found Reed first, then her grandmother. When she spotted Lily, her small shoulders dropped half an inch. Her hands lowered, and the fast tempo soon crept ahead of the music. She faltered, but continued, as if she had reasoned that stopping was worse than any mistake. The melody faded to its soft ending, her right and left fingers finding each other again in the last bars. Stella lifted her hands from the keys, and the room applauded. Parents, friends, grandparents, and neighbors. She didn't formally bow. Instead, she slid off the bench, tugged her dress straight, and scurried to her chair. She glanced once at Lily, and Lily pressed her palms together in a quiet, contained clap. After the last child finished, Mrs. Zimba thanked everyone and dismissed the rouse. The men gravitated toward the coffee urn in the fellowship hall, and the women took photos of the children standing near the piano. Hadley reached Reed before Lily was off her chair. "Stella held the middle section," she said. "That's difficult. She's a true performer." "She made me proud today." He smoothed the edge of his program. "I'd love to help her through a second piece before summer, if Mrs. Zimba approves." "Ask her." "I will." She flicked a glance Lily's way. "Are you staying for the reception?" "We all drove here in Reed's truck." Lily turned, drawn toward the urn, more for distance than need. In the fellowship hall, Stella darted between tables like a tiny whirlwind, leaving a trail of crumbs and happy giggles in her wake. A chocolate stain decorated the lace hem of her white dress. Ruth joined Lily with 2 cups of coffee and offered one to Lily. 4 cookies, and she'll swear on her stuffed unicorn it was only a couple. She eyed her granddaughter with fond exasperation. Exactly like her father at that age. Lily grinned. "She snuck several more while you were taking pictures." Ruth chuckled. "You paid attention to her hands up there. You probably play." "Did you study long?" "Until I was 12, and then life got busy." Lily's gaze drifted past the far end of the hall, where a modest piano stood in the sanctuary, its bench pushed neatly underneath. "She did beautifully, Ruth. That little pause in the middle, when she forgot the next note, she recovered like a pro. Most adults couldn't have done it with such charm." "She was so nervous beforehand, kept saying her thumbs were wobbly. Once she sat down, she lit up. Her father threatened to hide the piano keys because she practiced so much." "I'm glad she had fun. That's what matters at this age." A fond chuckle escaped Ruth. "Stella's got talent, but she gets frustrated when her little fingers won't cooperate. Reed tried to help, but he's all thumbs on that keyboard." "I might maybe give her a few pointers, if that would be all right with you, and with Reed, of course." He'd never admit it, but he'd be grateful. That boy carries the weight of the world on his shoulders since his wife passed away. Anything that helps Stella light up like she does when she talks about music. Or her horse. She drained her coffee. "And between us, he couldn't stop watching you during the recital either." Lily's cheeks heated. Before she could form a reply, Stella barreled toward them, chocolate smeared across her chin as if it were war paint. "Grandma, Miss Conrad, did you see me? I only messed up one tiny part." Stella launched herself at Lily's legs for a hug, sticky fingers and all. "Bravo! You were wonderful, sweetheart." Lily gathered a loose curl off Stella's cheek and tucked it behind her ear. "We're all so proud of you." Stella looked around. "Where's Daddy?" Lily pointed toward the refreshment table and grinned. "He's with the other men, probably discussing cattle prices or calving." "I'll go talk to him." Lily smiled. "Enjoy." Ruth laid the spoon aside. "My husband nearly sold the north pasture one winter. Snow came early, feed costs climbed. A buyer showed up with a number that made sense on paper." She set down her cup. "Come spring, the creek shifted. cut a new line right through that field, turned it into the best grazing we've got." "The best news, then," Lily replied. "You didn't sell." "Nope. Learned a long time ago not to get in a hurry when the land's talking. Kept it in the family." Ruth weaved between two chatting families, offering a polite nod as she drifted toward Stella. Lily went to grab a cookie as her phone buzzed with a San Francisco area code. She slipped into the hallway and answered. "Ms. Lily Conrad, this is David Larkin." The man's voice carried ease, controlled and confident. "I'm phoning between commitments, so I'll keep this tight." She settled her back against the cinder block wall, recital chatter rolling past her, and raised the phone. Larkin himself on a Saturday afternoon. "We've sped up the timeline and need your reply by Tuesday." "That's short notice." She shifted the phone to the other ear. "Better than none. You'll step into a seat people wait years for." The line held. "Walk me through the plan," she said. "I'll email you the additional information." She thanked him, clicked off, and pushed off the wall. Reed stood planted exactly where he'd been earlier. Hadley was gone, and Stella was at his side with a cookie in each hand, while Ruth spoke with the piano teacher. Lily returned with too much leftover charge in her steps, and Reed set down his cup. "Want to take a walk?" he asked. "Yay, me too." Stella's attention darted between them. "Can I come?" "You're eating cookies with Grandma Ruth," Reed said. "When I finish these, I'll be full. I've only had 4. "At least 7, Lily corrected. "The last one was small." "They're all the same size." Reed bent down to her level. "Stay near Grandma." "Fine," she replied, as if trading one plan for another. "I'll ride my horse when we get home and tell her all about the recital." "Okay." He smoothed her sleeve and leaned in. "Back in a few minutes." Side by side, Reed and Lily headed through the churchyard. Sagebrush held the last of the winter dust, the ground patchy with pale, matted grass. "Larkin bumped the deadline," she began. "To when?" "Tuesday." Reed stopped at a split-rail fence. "How long have you been sitting on the fact that the position was yours if you wanted it?" "The phone interviews went well." "Before you came here?" "Yes." "The issue was never whether you had it." "I wasn't positive, Reed. I hadn't heard from them." "What do you really want, Lily?" The question arrived with none of the careful architecture people usually build around questions of that size. No gentle lead-in. No simple escape. "I'm not giving it a name yet." Stella's sticky fingers still clung to her sleeves. Ruth's whisper lived somewhere low in her chest. "And between us, he couldn't stop watching you during the recital." He shifted closer. He didn't fill the silence with reassurance or pressure. The wind dragged across the sagebrush, bending the silver stems in waves. From the fellowship hall drifted laughter, overlapping voices, and clattering dishes. "When you figure it out," he said, "I'll be here." The return drive to the ranch passed through open country. The sunlight thinned over the valley floor. Stella slept against Lily's arm, her fingers sticky with sugar. Reed's truck held the quiet of two people with too many words and not enough of the right ones. Lily shifted, careful not to wake Stella. Reed didn't glance over. His hands stayed fixed on the wheel. Dry grass ran past the window as they pulled into the gravel drive. Chapter 10. An hour after everyone had changed out of their dressy clothes, Ruth stepped into the kitchen. Lily was leaning on the counter, scrolling through the email from Larkin on her phone. Ruth's gaze locked on the back door and the empty peg where Stella's pink riding helmet usually hung. "Where is Stella?" she asked. It wasn't a question. It was a line drawn in the sand. Lily's head snapped up. "She was on the porch 10 minutes ago." "Well, She isn't there now. Ruth's voice sharpened with rising alarm. I thought you were monitoring her while I napped. Ruth jammed her feet into mud-crusted boots and rushed outside with Lily at her heels. The gate to the paddock was wide open, swinging slightly in the breeze. Butterscotch was gone. Lily's stomach dropped. She yanked the phone from her pocket and punched in Reed's number as she ran past the sheds. It rang once and immediately connected to voicemail. No service, she muttered, spinning toward Ruth. Ruth's face was pale, smoothed into a mask of rigid control, colder than fear. He's in the North Field with Walt. No reception out there. Stella takes the creek trail when she thinks no one's watching. Follows it up to the ridge. On her horse? Lily asked. Yes. Lily didn't wait for the rest. She sprinted through the pasture, dry grass whipping at her jeans and snapping under her boots. The trail started at the south paddock and wound through a stand of cottonwoods before climbing onto a long, exposed slope. Hoofbeats echoed ahead. Butterscotch stood on her forelegs near the top of the rise, sides heaving, reins trailing in the dirt. No little girl in the saddle. The world narrowed to that single, devastating detail. Easy there, easy. Lily approached slowly, voice low, even as panic climbed up her throat. The mare's coat was thick with sweat. The reins glided through Lily's fingers. No sweet rider. Up ahead, off the trail, in the tall grass, a small shape lay crumpled and unnaturally still. Stella! The cry tore from Lily's chest as she broke into a run, heart hammering so hard it drowned out everything else. The girl's boots stuck out at a wrong angle. One hand was flung out beside her, fingers curled, as if she'd tried to catch herself. Lily dropped to her knees. Stella! Stella, can you hear me? The child's left arm was bent. A cut above her hairline bled freely, matting the blonde hair to her forehead. Dirt streaked her cheeks. Her pants had tears on both knees. Hurts, Stella mumbled. Where, sweetheart? My arm. A shaky breath. And my head. Stay with me. I'm going to rest my hand on your back. Tell me if anything feels wrong when I do. Lily pressed her palm between Stella's shoulder blades, and the small ribs rose and fell. Can you move your feet? Both little boots wiggled. Excellent, you're so brave. Lily ripped off the hem of her shirt and braced it against the bleeding cut. I've got you. Stella blinked up at Lily with Reed's eyes, gray and bright with tears. I wasn't supposed to ride alone. No, you weren't. Lily's voice cracked. Stella asked, Are you going to tell Daddy? Lily's fingers curled in themselves before she forced them open. He'll see your arm. She scooped Stella under the arms and lifted her close. Good arm wound around her neck. She navigated down the slope, step by careful step. Butterscotch trailed them on a loose rein, head low, as if she understood the gravity of what she'd done. Ruth met them at the paddock gate as Reed's truck barreled up the drive, dust billowing in its wake. He was out before the tires stopped rolling. He rushed over and cradled Stella's face in both hands. Where? Left arm, Lily said quickly. She was conscious when I found her. His eyes flicked to Lily for a second, raw and unguarded, before he focused on his daughter. Let me see it, Pumpkin. Daddy's here. He lifted Stella from Lily's arms, as if she weighed nothing, and snuggled her against his chest, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. His broad shoulders curved around her like a shield. Daddy, she whispered. I practiced 17 times. I know, sweetheart. Stella blew out a small breath. I wanted to tell Butterscotch. His hand spread wide across her. Then he carried her to the truck. Ruth climbed into the back seat with Lily, and they sped down the long driveway toward town. Somewhere along the gravel road, Reed's white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel finally eased a fraction. Not peace, but enough to breathe. The clinic in Bitterroot was a single-story building on the north end of Main Street. The waiting room held 8 chairs and a reception desk manned by Peg, who had known every family in the valley for 30 years. She glanced at Stella's arm, grabbed the phone, and pointed them down the hall before the receiver hit her ear. Minutes later, a nurse placed the X-ray film on a light board. Dr. Greer, a tall man with reading glasses pushed high on his forehead, tapped a thin, dark line on an image. Hairline fracture, clean break, no displacement. He snapped off his gloves. 4 weeks in a short cast. She'll be riding that horse again by summer if she behaves. Stella perched on the exam table, tracking Dr. Greer's pen. When the technician came in, she turned her face into Reed's chest, her fingers twisting into the fabric of his shirt. Reed's hand stayed flat on her back, his jaw locked hard, carrying what he didn't say. Ruth sat in the corner chair. Lily kept near the door, close enough to be part of it, yet far enough to be aware of the distance. After Dr. Greer set Stella's cast, he handed her a grape juice box and a horse sticker. She peeled it carefully and pressed it into the purple cast with the focused deliberation of a child who needed one thing to go right. Reed crouched to her level. Whatever he said was for her alone. He straightened and gave Ruth a quick nod. She rose, grabbed Stella's hand, and the two of them slipped out. The door clicked shut behind them. Reed turned from the table to Lily. She knew the rule, he stated. No riding by herself. She's understood it since she was 4. Lily waited. Reed's voice went dangerously quiet. She was in your care, he said. His words shut the rest of the room out. She was, Lily answered. She got to the paddock, opened the gate, saddled her horse, and made it 30 feet up the trail before she fell. How does that happen, Lily? She held his gaze. I was reviewing the email from Larkin. I was standing at the kitchen window. She was on the porch. When I looked up again, she was gone. Larkin, he repeated. The name landed heavier than it deserved. His arms dropped. She's a child, he said. The minute no one is paying attention, she does exactly what a child does. It only holds because someone is watching. Lily nodded and said, I get that. Do you? Lily lifted her chin. I admit I got distracted for a few minutes, Reed. The second I saw that open gate, I ran. I found her. I carried her down the hill, kept her calm, and got her back to you. His gaze dropped to the dark smear of blood on the hem of her shirt, Stella's blood. His throat worked. The anger didn't disappear, though it thinned, cracking under the weight of exhaustion and relief. You're right. The words scraped raw. He stared at the floor, his shoulders losing a fraction of their fight. I needed someone to be wrong. Shakily, Lily pushed out a tired breath. I'm so sorry. He straightened, rubbed a hand down his face, and strode out. Through the thin wall, Stella's drowsy voice asked Ruth a question. Ruth replied. Lily counted tiles in the exam room until her pulse slowed. Then she picked up her jacket and stepped into the hall. They collected Stella and drove in heavy silence, the purple cast resting on Stella's lap like a bright bruise against everything that had almost gone wrong. Dirt smudged the fiberglass. Lily couldn't stop staring at it. When they arrived at the house, Reed shut the engine and lifted Stella from the truck, her good arm looped around his neck. You should have been there, Daddy, she murmured, her tone small and sleepy. I was really brave, but I wanted you. His arms folded her in. Yes, Pumpkin, he whispered. I should have. He pressed a kiss to her temple above the edge of the bandage, Then he brought her into the house. Lily and Ruth followed a few steps behind. No one spoke. The ranch quieted at 9 o'clock. Stella was in bed, her cast propped on a pillow. Clover, the stuffed unicorn tucked into the crook of her good arm, asleep before Ruth finished the second page of Fritz and the beautiful horses. Lily cracked eggs into a bowl on Reed's kitchen counter. No one had invited her. She came anyway. Reed hadn't told her to leave, which he took as permission enough. He strode through the house, turning off lights room by room. Each switch clicked off with the same measured pause, as if the dark itself needed confirming before he pressed on. Lily plated omelets for both him and Ruth, and excused herself before either could protest. She was halfway down the path to the cabin when a screen door banged and Cole rounded the corner. He dropped onto the top step of the porch, forearms on his knees. Above the ridge, thick clouds had swallowed the stars. The air smelled of rain and cold earth. "Grace told me what happened. Ruth phoned her," he said. "Grace wanted to come out herself, but Anna was hungry. My wife? She's a great mom. How's Stella?" Lily sank into a rocker. "She's asleep. Cass propped up, Clover tucked in tight. Dr. Greer says she'll be riding again by summer if she stays off the horse until he clears her." Cole sighed. "That's a relief. And Reed?" he asked. Lily stared into the dark pasture. "He said what he needed to say." "Did he say it wrong?" "Some of it." The admission cost more than she expected. "The main point is that Stella is fine." "Reed's not." Lily glanced at him. "What makes you think that?" Cole picked up a pebble, rolled it in his fingers, and set it down. "Years before Grace returned to Montana, we had a cold snap. The ground froze iron hard overnight. I walked the south pasture at dawn and found 3 calves that didn't get up." His thumb rubbed along the edge of the wooden step. "Rain coming sideways. Couldn't feel my hands. I stood there and thought I was done." "Reed is a praying man, but he hasn't prayed at all," Lily said. "He'll come around." Cole gave a shrug. "Grace showed up muddy to her elbows and mad at the world. Fixed nothing right away. She just stayed." "What changed?" "One night, she was arm deep in a heifer at 2 a.m. and stopped to answer a client email." He grinned. "That was it for me." Nighthawks sliced through the tree branches above them. "Reed hasn't looked at a woman in 3 years, but he didn't miss you." He stood and scraped his boot against the step. "That's all I've got." He paused, hand resting on the post. "For what it's worth, Grace wasn't wrong about you." He kicked up a scattering of stones and left her with no advice, only truth set down and walked away from. Lily took a shortcut to the calf pen as frost appeared, lying over the grass in a thin sheet. Midnight heaved up, ears flicking forward, breath rising in tiny white clouds. The cold drove up through her boot soles before she turned. She stopped short in the yard, one hand loose at her side. Reed's upstairs window, the horse-printed curtains, had gone dark. No movement, no shadow. He'd folded the night closed without her. A chill settled into her lower back before she realized how long she stood there, long enough to understand that waiting wouldn't change him. She hurried to the cabin with her shoulders squared, Reed's voice in the exam room, Stella's small hand gripping her shirt, Cole's unfinished sentences, the open gate, the empty peg where the pink helmet belonged. Safety had a shape. Boise, an office, predictable hours, no light-footed girl slipping away, no man who looked at her as if she mattered and then chose distance anyway. She opened the Larkin draft. The language flashed hollow. She minimized the draft and composed a new message. Maya Drummond's email address filled the field, and she typed without stopping, because stopping hadn't helped her in weeks, and she was out of time. She pressed send. The decision sat like lead in her stomach. For the first time, doing the smart thing seemed like the biggest mistake she could make. She woke before dawn and checked the screen. The sent message to Maya was final. She clicked the Larkin email and sent it without reviewing. The cabin groaned as the temperature dropped. The cold slid under the door and skimmed her ankles. The fence line shivered in the early wind. The mountains held their snow at the peaks. Indifferent as always, she brewed tea and brought it to the porch. An hour later, Hadley parked her truck in Reed's driveway. Lily walked to his house, bringing the dozen eggs Grace had left for her, and wished she had a better excuse. She clutched the carton, the cardboard damp from her sweaty palms. A dozen eggs. Really? She'd rehearsed 3 distinct lines on the way. Hi, Reed. Grace brought these to my place. I was passing by and thought you might need them for breakfast. I couldn't sleep. None sounded any less ridiculous than the truth. The path curved through the trees, and her steps faltered. With a wooden spoon dangling from her hand, Hadley gestured animatedly while she talked at the stove. Stella leaned toward her, legs swinging, hands moving, and Hadley tipped her head back and laughed. Reed poured coffee and placed a second mug beside the burner where Hadley could reach it. The casual manner of a man who had memorized someone else's geography. A sharp twist shifted low in Lily's stomach. She pressed a hand there, as if she could push the feeling away. Through the window, Hadley's voice carried. You know, Reed, I was thinking we could take Stella riding up to the ridge this weekend. Just the 3 of us. She's been asking. Reed made a quiet, non-committal sound. Lily set the egg carton on the porch. A loose board squeaked under her boot. She spun and hurried back down the path, the image of that warm, easy kitchen burning behind her eyes. At 10 o'clock, Lily swung around the corrals, choosing the long route to the barn. Reed stood at the south fence, wire cutters in hand, a section of damaged fencing laid out in the mud. His chin lifted when her footsteps hit the frozen dirt. How's Stella? She asked. Good. Complaining about the cast already. He cut another piece. She tried to braid Butterscotch's mane. Walt talked her out of it. Lily managed a smile. That sounds like her. He set the cutters on the post and hooked his thumbs in his belt loops. Lily picked up a loose strand of wire, twisting it, while the wind tugged at her hair. She handed it to him. Their fingers brushed. It's freezing out here, she said. Not too bad. She drew a thin breath. Reed, I accepted the position in Boise. The cutter stilled mid-bite, metal teeth hovering. The barbed metal rattled. He coiled the damaged parts, each loop snapping tight around his gloved hand. Maya Drummond's firm. Yes. Family law. Lily swallowed. Yes. He placed the coil on the post. He reached for the next section and stopped with his hand on the wire. Then he pulled. Boise's good work. I think so. 7 hours from here. She faltered. Give or take, she said. Reed, I hope it's what you're looking for. The words came level and careful, the same tone he used with a skittish horse. That's all? What would you like me to say, Lily? She shifted, her boot heel grinding into the dirt. Whatever, something. You made the right call. He examined the fence line, then glanced toward the barn. Boise's closer than San Francisco, and you're a pro. Walt can help you with anything you need before you leave. The dismissal landed like a door slamming shut. Of course, she mumbled. Thanks. She didn't cry, which surprised her. She'd cried in her car on Harrison Street when the firm dismissed her. She'd cried when Todd's remarriage showed up on her social media feed and through 2 years of carefully rebuilding her life. But here, In the cold Montana wind, her eyes stayed dry. Later, in her cabin, she perched on the edge of the narrow bed, the braided rug, the worn boards, Frost's thin line seeping under the entryway, the offer letter on the table. She picked it up and dropped it in the trash. He hadn't asked her to stay. He hadn't even tried. He let the distance claim her. 10 minutes afterward, the door opened without a knock. Grace stepped inside in a gust of stinging night air, carrying a heavy tuna noodle casserole dish that clinked by the stove. Anna slept strapped to her chest, tiny fists curled near Grace's collarbone. Cole's working the north end tonight. Grace unstrapped the baby and eased her into a portable crib she kept at the cabin. I'd rather eat with you than alone. Hope you don't mind. I'm glad you're here. Lily cleared a stack of books from a chair, her hands jerking through the task. Grace served the casserole. Heat pooled upward. The candle flame shuddered every time the windmill rattled in the wind. Only after the first bite did Grace speak. Reed mentioned to Ruth that you accepted the Boise offer, and she told Cole. Did Reed fight for you? No, he didn't. Grace set her fork down with a deliberate clack. That's the problem. He was polite. Of course he was. Reed won't ask you to stay. Her voice softened, though there was steel underneath. He thinks letting go is love. Isla's dying taught him that lesson too well. Lily stared at the chunks of tuna on her plate. You can't argue him out of grief that deep, Grace said. And you're not asking him to stop you from going, even if he wants to. Lily eased her bowl aside, the ceramic scraping on the table. Grace rested her palm on Anna's back as the baby stirred and let out a soft gurgle. You accepted the offer without discussing it with him first. It's not his decision. No, but you wanted him to make it harder. There it was, the truth that Lily hadn't voiced. Grace left not long afterward. The cabin smelled of tuna and cedar and a faint trace of baby powder. Lily washed the plates, the scalding water turning her hands pink, and dried them one by one. She pulled out a chair and sat, hands flat on the table. Reed's kitchen light burned low through the darkness. Tomorrow she'd start making lists and begin the business of leaving. A shadow moved past his window, then stilled. Ranch life continued without pause. Without her. She sat there until Reed's light went out. Chapter 11. 3 days after Lily accepted the Boise position, Reed stood at the south barn with Walt, restringing a broken leather halter. The barn breathed out dust and icy wind, a mix that meant the day was turning. The rafters gave a tired shift as a gust slipped under the eaves, the loose tin along the roof answering with a hollow clatter. Lily's heading for the gate, Walt said, his eyes on the halter. Reed fed the strap through the ring, the leather stiff against his fingers. She's got a start date approaching. Walt clamped the cord between his teeth and bit it clean. Hadley's coming for dinner on Thursday. Uh-huh. You invited her. Reed kept his head down. Stella asked her. Walt grabbed the next piece. You didn't say no. The buckle tongue slipped. Reed corrected it, pulled the strap snug, and set the keeper. The leather gave a faint creak as he worked it into place. Walt picked up another length, rolling it between his palms. Young stock knows who's steady. Funny how that works. He tipped his chin toward the yard. Reed cinched the rope with practiced hands, sharp enough to snap the end. Your girl, Stella, already chose, Walt went on. It doesn't take them long. Reed hoisted the halter to the rack. The peg thudded when it took the weight. Walt's voice followed him. Dottie told me, the morning after our first breakfast, that I was the most aggravating man she'd ever sat across from. A quiet huff of a laugh. Said she'd marry me, whether or not I was agreeable. Reed leaned a shoulder against the doorframe. You married her inside of 6 months. Didn't feel like a decision at the time. Walt dragged a thumb along the cord, checking for fraying. Turned out to be the best choice I ever made. Boot steps scuffed the packed dirt behind them. Reed glanced back. Stella fidgeted by the stall gate, her cast tucked against her chest, her free hand hooked around the frame as if she meant to hold herself there. Her gaze slid past him to the yard. Is Miss Conrad leaving? She asked. She has a lawyer's job in Boise. He kept his tone even. Shouldn't you be inside with your grandmother? I told Grandma I was coming out. She said it was okay. Stella met his gaze with a breath that lingered too long. Then she trotted off, steps vigilant, back straight. Walt drifted up. Out of the mouths of, if you say anything else? Wouldn't dream of it, Walt replied. Late morning color spread throughout the ranch. Snow held on the high ridges, bright as cut stone, while the lower fields showed a thin wash of green. Lily stood a few feet back from the pen, arms loose at her sides, while midnight pushed her nose through the slats, leaving a dark spot on her cuff. She smiled and bent her head, her murmurs falling against the calf's shoulder. The calf answered with a soft, impatient bleat. The strap in Reed's hand slackened as he watched her. He didn't move, not when the wind shifted or when a board knocked somewhere down the line. He stood in the barn until Walt's low whistle threaded through the rafters, easy and knowing, and Reed forced his attention back to the leather. Thursday's dinner arrived with a scent of rosemary and slow-cooked beef. The bread Hadley brought sat sliced on the board beside a jar of choke cherry jelly. Ruth set the pot at the center of the table and took her seat at the far end. Reed bowed his head. Everyone followed. Stella's cast bumped the table's edge, her good hand folded over it, eyes closed. Lord, we're grateful for this food and the hands that prepared it. Watch over this ranch and all who live here. Reed let the words fall with respect. Keep us mindful. Amen. Amen, Stella and the others echoed. Ruth served the pot roast. Hadley passed the bread. Reed poured Stella's milk, then refilled it when Hadley nudged the pitcher toward her. Hadley rattled on about her new watershed curriculum, her voice light as she described a unit rooted in the land itself. A fork tapped a plate. Stella asked questions between bites. From beyond the walls, the wind pressed against the house, then eased. In the gaps of conversation, Reed envisioned Lily and her quick, surprised laugh. He pulled his focus back. Hadley was still talking. When her fingers glanced over his, reaching for the salt, there was no spark, no pause. His mind kept drifting to the little cabin past the yard. Stella asked what the watershed smelled like. Hadley answered and explained at length. When she mentioned the unit again, Ruth made a polite excuse and rose to check the oven, though nothing was in it. Hadley smiled, then she asked, Upper pastures drying out yet? Getting there. He passed the bread. She nodded. Henderson's fence was down clear to the creek road last February. Those low sections always go first. They do. He put out the standard questions, nodded when expected. His responses came one after another, never catching on anything that actually mattered. Stella's hair slipped loose. He tucked the strand from her cheek. Hadley's eyes followed him. Reed dipped his head and dragged his fork through the green beans. His phone lit up. County alert, high wind warning. He darkened the screen. After the meal, Ruth cleared the dishes. When Hadley stood to help, Ruth waved her off. I've got it. Hadley sat again. A few minutes later, Reed walked Hadley out. The air snapped with a tighter, meaner sweep, driving the first hard pellets of snow. He scanned the sky. The storm was building faster and sharper than the forecast had claimed. He waited until she was safely inside her truck, latched the corral gate, and swung back to the house. By the time he stamped the ice from his boots, Ruth stood at the sink. Stella brushed her teeth, changed into her pajamas, and was out before the first page. Ruth ran water over a knife, tapping it once against the basin. I barely got through 3 sentences. Reed's words came in with the chill he dragged through the door. Say it. Hadley is a decent woman. Ruth dried her hands and folded the dish towel into precise thirds, pressing each crease. But she isn't the one who ran up a slope and carried my granddaughter down a hill. Reed planted a hand on the old Formica counter, fingers digging into the worn groove at the edge. Isla is gone, Ruth continued. That girl across the yard is still here, for not much longer. She hung the towel over the oven rail and wished him a good evening. Wind rattled bare branches in a restless wooden clatter and struck the eaves in uneven bursts. Reed sat at the table, elbows planted. Memories that he kept chained broke loose. He revisited that sharp-edged morning 3 years earlier, before the Missoula auction. He'd slipped out of the house before 4, boots noiseless on the porch boards, frost crunching underfoot. Saddles, ropes, and halters filled the cargo box of the already loaded truck. He avoided turning on the headlights until he cleared the gate. A catalog rode in his jacket pocket, pages dog-eared and notes scribbled in the margins like a battle plan. Coffee steamed in the cup holder. He hadn't gone back inside, hadn't leaned over the bed to brush his lips against Isla's temple, warm from sleep, or whisper that he'd be home by supper. She's sleeping. I'll call her from the road. His truck had rolled down the gravel drive, taillights winking red, then disappeared. Another alert lit his phone. Wind advisory upgraded. He flipped the phone face down. A draft slipped under the door and pooled around his boots. He pushed from his chair, the legs scraping the floor. The quiet house offered no reason to stay. He dragged on his coat, tugged down his hat, and stepped into the darkness. A hard rush of wind slammed into his chest. Lily's lamp burned against the blackness. He stopped at the foot of the cabin steps. Grace's planted wildflowers had shut tight, heads bowed, roots deep. Snow no longer drifted. It drove sideways, powerfully and relentlessly. Reed stood on the porch, knuckles hovering before he finally knocked. Lily answered in her socks, swallowed by an oversized flannel shirt that slipped off one shoulder, the hem brushing her thighs. Faded black leggings hugged her legs. Her hair had fallen loose from its usual bob, and the lamplight caught the red in it. She held a pen between her fingers. Read. A tense silence kept them still, holding them in place. Behind her came the constant hum of the refrigerator. He blew out a breath. Thank you, Lily. His words broke out of him as if they'd been sitting in his chest, crowding the edge of his breath. He moved closer, his boots leaving small puddles of melting snow on the floorboards. For what? You found her. You brought her down that hill and kept her calm. I didn't acknowledge you when I should have. His gaze flicked to the open laptop, then to her face. I owe you an apology for a lot of things, for keeping my distance when... She met his stare, the pen pinched tighter between her fingers. His phone vibrated, an urgent, insistent buzz. He ignored it. A second later, it rang. Reed closed his eyes briefly, then pulled his phone free from his pocket. He lifted a hand toward Lily in apology. Yeah, he said into the phone. South pasture fence is down. Walt's gravelly voice came through. Wind ripped out a whole section. Cattle have scattered along the Morrison Road. Reed shifted nearer to the window. Snow fell in thick, furious sheets, and hours of brutal work in the dark lay ahead. I'm coming. He ended the call and cut back to Lily. Storm's getting ugly fast. Cattle are. Go. Her reply landed with no lift. Go get your cattle. Lily. Reed. She rooted in place, giving him nothing. Hurry. He hesitated, the declaration he hadn't said burning in his throat. Then he strode out into the snow. A gust slammed the cabin door behind him, cutting off the light. Chapter 12. By midnight, the yard had vanished under 7 inches of snow. By 2 o'clock, the squalls ran viciously, carving stiff banks over the fences and burying the gate. Lily lay rigid under the quilts, eyes wide in the dark, counting the hours by the storm's growing fury. Sleep never came. At 3, she kicked free of the covers and dressed in denim. A thick sweater and wool socks tugged snug over her cold toes. Her boots by the entrance resisted at first, the leather unbending from the freeze, then gave as she forced them on. Her coat followed at last, heavy on her shoulders. Gloves. A breath. She opened the door and stepped into the frigid yard. The air drove into her, solid as a hand. Snow streaked past, pricking at her cheeks. The whiteout obscured the fence posts. A wire line trembled under the assault. Down the slope, the Morrison Road etched into a dim stripe. 2 trucks idled crooked by the cattle gate, their headlights pale smears in the blizzard. Reed's outline wavered in the blowing snow. Lift, drive, set, over and over, clipped and exact. The wire jerked under his grip, though he hauled it tight without a glance at the sky. Walt's hat brim dipped and rose. Flashlights bobbed from several more figures. Lily slipped inside, filled the coffee pot, and waited out its reluctant boil. She poured the scalding liquid into the biggest thermos she could find, packed foam cups into her coat, and headed out again. Cole met her at the gate, collar up, frost feathering his lashes. Grace sent biscuits. He lifted a foil-wrapped bundle, voice stiff with cold. Anna's running a slight fever. Teething, the doc says. Is she okay? She will be. He unscrewed the thermos with clumsy fingers and poured. Steam rose between them like a question neither asked. 30 feet of fence gone. Most of the herd's in. 2 steers still missing past the north bend. He met her eyes. You should head back inside. She shook her head. No, not tonight. She held the flashlight firm while Walt drove a post into the frozen ground, each strike ringing hard as flint and threatening to shatter the wooden shaft. She passed cups hand to hand and stamped, feeling to her toes between trips. When gray light lifted in the east, the clearing stayed low, and a jagged scar of posts marked the start of a new line. It would last the hour, but not under pressure. 2 more trucks arrived. Tommy Rodriguez and his friend jumped down, pulling gloves tight. Tommy clapped Walt on the shoulder. Tell me you saved me the worst stretch, he said, grabbing a coil of wire. Walt snorted. You're looking at it. Figures. Tommy flashed a grin and set to work as if the storm owed him money. He hauled a post into place with the practiced timing of a man who had done this 100 times before. At daybreak, a woman arrived with a Dutch oven of breakfast burritos. Heat slipped free in faint wisps, while the wind snapped at coat hems and cuff. She pressed a burrito into Lily's hands. An eyebrow tipped slightly. You're the Conrad girl. Her voice carried with little effort. Grace's sister. Yes, I'm Lily. Margot. Her gaze flicked over Lily in one quick sweep. You staying? Lily cupped the warm foil. For a while. Uh-huh. Margot replied. Reed trudged from the north bend, snow crusted on his shoulders, a thin red line across his left palm, where the wire had bitten deep. Cole handed him and Tommy a coffee. Tommy took a swallow and grimaced. Either this is strong enough to wake the dead, or I'm still half asleep. Drink it, Cole said. Tommy bumped his shoulder. I am, just negotiating terms. A few of the men laughed, and the strain in Reed's shoulders eased. Lily pressed her thumb into the seam of her cup until it dented, then took a swallow, letting the heat sit on her tongue a second too long. Hadley's truck ground in at 7:30, tires chewing packed snow. She stepped out with a cardboard box and settled into the morning like she belonged in every pocket of it. Brought refreshments, she declared. Muffins, hot chocolate. She passed around hand warmers with a quick smile. She wove through the group, a touch to Ellen's arm, a question for Hal, then straight to Reed. Let me see what happened. She caught his wrist, turning his hand toward the light. The cut had split near the knuckle, dark and stubborn. Hold this. The words directed to Lily before she could step back. A roll of gauze pressed into her hands, close enough to observe the rough scrape along Reed's skin, the grit clinging where the cold had kept the bleeding slow. Sure, she replied. Hadley uncapped a small bottle and poured, and the sharp smell of an antiseptic cut through cocoa and frost. Reed didn't flinch. Lily held the gauze while Hadley cleaned the wound. Still not wearing gloves, Hadley teased Reed. Didn't plan on slicing my hand open today. Hadley playfully nudged him, then reached for the tape. Angle it a little, she guided Lily. Lily's fingers grazed Reed's, calloused, warm, despite the cold. He shifted his hand, offering it more squarely to Hadley. First strip. Second. Hadley smoothed each one with the pad of her thumb, precise and practiced. You'll need to keep this dry. He shook his head, and he muttered, I'll manage. She angled closer, her speech coming quieter. You always say that. Reed's reply came under his breath. Lily caught the cadence, but not the words. Whatever he said made Hadley pause. Not long, though enough for the brightness in her expression to flicker, like a match that didn't quite take. She finished the last strip and pressed it into place. There. Her hand remained on his. Little tighter, Reed murmured. Hadley adjusted without a word. Try not to make me redo it, she teased. No promises. A few of the hands chuckled. Someone inquired about how many muffins were left. The moment broke apart, replaced by the steam rising from cups and the clatter of a latch down the line. Lily set the gauze back into the box. No second check from Hadley. No hesitation. Lily would have hovered and asked if the bandage was tight enough, clean enough. She picked up her coffee. It had gone lukewarm. Hadley pushed a cup into Walt's hand, asking about the coyotes running up the ridge. Reed flexed his fingers and reached for a coil of wire. Thanks, he said, not looking at either Lily or Hadley. Lily nodded, though he couldn't see it. A gust whipped a strand of hair across her cheek. She tucked it back as he bent to his work, and Hadley fitted herself into the rhythm beside him. Out by the fence, Walt set a spade against the ground and drove his boot down. The blade struck with a hard clang that traveled up the handle. Short-term fix won't hold if the wind decides to throw another tantrum, he told Lily. She held the stake while he ran fresh wire. It thrummed as he yanked it taut, a live vibration that shivered through her gloves and into her wrists. The storm fractured by 9 a.m. A blue sky cracked open overhead. Snow sparkled under the sudden sun as if the long night had been only a cruel dream. Lily stepped to the calf pen. Midnight pressed tight to the rail, ears flicking. She ran her gloved hand down the calf's thick neck, steadying the tremors the evening had caused. Boots scraped behind her. The latch clicked. Coffee was needed, Reed said. Lily gave the calf another slow stroke. So was everyone else. They don't wait to be asked. He stood so near his heat, reached her skin through 2 layers of wool, yet far enough that neither had to step away. A current pushed through the slats and lifted the loose ends of his bandage. Lily held the calf's coat firm, resisting the urge to smooth the bandage back into place. You should change that before it gets dirty again, she remarked. Yup, he muttered. Probably. She traced another slow line down Midnight's neck. Grace mentioned she might need the cabin once branding starts. Reed's head came up. She did. The other day, but I can always stay at the main house. He stared out past the pen. I can clear out the bunkhouse room. Lily let out a breath that could have been a laugh. For me? For whoever needs it. That hurt more than if he'd said nothing. She adjusted the calf's collar. I'll call Boise and make arrangements. I need to be somewhere where I know what I'm doing. A muscle moved in his throat. He dipped his head, focusing on the snow packed around the pen. Okay, he said. That was it. No argument, no question, no, don't go. From the house, Stella called for him, all spark and no waiting. Reed turned, then hesitated. He put his hands on his hips. Last night, when Walt phoned? You didn't hesitate, Lily said. You knew exactly what to do. It isn't only the ranch. His voice dropped, uneven as the frost under their boots. Not for a while. Her gaze slid past him to the tailgate where Hadley laughed with Ellen, the carefree tilt of her head, sunlight sliding along the curve of her cheek. The words Lily could have spoken about a community that rolled out of bed at 3 a.m, about his daughter, about Hadley who knew exactly where to stand in his life, stayed locked. Saying it would only carve the ache deeper. She pressed her gloved palm to the cold rail until the wood bit through the leather. Take care of that hand, Reed. Don't worry about me. He gave a short nod. Guess this is it. When she finally glanced up, he was crossing the yard, his coat tight across his shoulders, trudging toward the lights spilling from his farmhouse. She started up the hill. Each boot broke through the crusted snow with a clean, separate crunch. Behind her, she thought she heard her name. She kept walking. Grace arrived at noon with lunch in hand, Anna strapped to her chest. A flush climbed the baby's cheeks. Her eyes sparked with their usual curiosity. Grace took in Lily's legal pad, covered edge to edge, the half-packed duffel on the bed. I'm moving my start date, Lily said. Grace peeled back the waxed paper and set the sandwiches out. Did you tell Reed? Yes. What did he say? He didn't argue. He didn't ask you to stay? No. Grace eased into a chair, adjusting Anna. If it's the right call, it'll hold. Just be honest with yourself. A while later, Lily walked her sister to the door. Melt water glided from the fence posts in thin, shining threads. Along the path, the wildflowers, beaten low by the storm, were lifting. Petals creased but stubborn. Back inside, Lily stared at her phone for a long moment. If I don't close this window now, I'll talk myself out of it by morning. She dialed before the thought could cool. The conversation with Maya Drummond ended quickly and efficiently. We're handling a high volume of work, and I have the flexibility to accelerate the process, Maya stated. We'll move your start date to May 12th. I'll have HR send the onboarding packet this afternoon. Keyboards tapped in the background in short, uneven bursts. A rolling chair eased back, the hum of an office where no one lingered. Thank you, Lily said. but the line had already gone quiet. She lowered the phone. No HVAC kicking on, no desk drawers sliding open, only the rattle of the window. The next hour came without invitation. The lantern light, the dark pressing in close enough to feel. Grace's voice slipped into Lily's thoughts. "He didn't ask you to stay?" Reed's response. Not the words, but the shape of them. The calm acceptance. The space he'd left for Lily to step through. She picked up the phone again. She reasoned that her decision was about the storm, about standing in the dark at 3 a.m. and understanding exactly what this place cost to leave. That was true, at least part of it. She scrolled through her contacts and pressed call before her hesitation gathered substance. "Gerald speaking?" Her former landlord's voice carried a distinct noise behind it. Muffled traffic, a door shutting, the remembrance of a hallway with the scent of lemon cleaner. "Hi, it's Lily Conrad." A beat, then a rustle, as if he'd straightened. "Lily? Well, I wasn't expecting you. Are you planning to come back?" Her gaze drifted to the snow-crusted window. Beyond that, the hills lifted in long, uneven folds, the color leached out of them by the storm. "Yes," she whispered. "Timing might work out." Papers shuffled. "The unit above yours opened. Same layout. Faces south and gets decent light in the afternoon. Fresh paint. We had the carpets cleaned last week." She envisioned the soaring ceilings, the polished concrete halls, the faint citrus bite of disinfectant, the windows framing a slice of sky cut by rooftops, no wind sneaking through the seams, no boots drying by a stove. "Now?" she asked. "Immediately," Gerald answered. "I can hold it for you, but not for long. Things are moving quickly these days." Her chest went narrow for a beat, then leveled out. "I'll take it." "Excellent. Your email is on file, and I'll forward you the paperwork. Same terms as before." "Thank you." Boise had reserved a place for her. Several weeks in a valley she'd never meant to love had changed nothing. The city had bided its time, a passage standing open that she had only to walk through. On her nightstand, a mug waited, a pale ring marking the wood beneath. Her coat hung over a chair, one sleeve turned inside out. Boots by the entrance, dusted white at the seams. She pushed through the door into the chill. The ranch lay washed out after the storm's violence, the hush that follows a ruin, the land taking stock. Snow had softened through the afternoon, the fields showing patches of brown. The temporary fence held its crooked shape against the low of the moon. Midnight pressed a nose to the railing, breath rising in small, even clouds. The calf had filled out, coat thick and shining. The shivering creature who had once collapsed in the mud had vanished. Lily let midnight lean into her sleeve. The crayon drawing was still there, faded but defiant. "Get better. Daddy is taking care of you." When she returned to the cabin, a muted thump sounded on the door. Cole stood on the porch, hat in hand, smelling of barn and snow. He didn't mention the phone on the table or the tracks of dried tears on her face. "Grace mentioned you moved the start date," he said. "May 12th. I'm leaving Friday." "Grace will want to see you at least once more before you go." "I'll be up to the farmhouse soon." "You helped a great deal out here, Lily." "The fence crew did all the work." "I'm not talking about the fence." He set his hat on the rocker. "This land either takes hold of a person or it doesn't. You can't fake it. Grace said that about you the first week you were here." "What?" she asked. "That it took hold of me." "Yeah," he said. "Something like that." Lily pressed her fingers hard against the doorframe. "Cole." "Could have been wrong. I'll let you finish packing." He picked up his hat and walked up the path. She closed the door and sat on the edge of the mattress. A board in the wall shifted with a tiny crackle. The windmill eased through its slow evening circle. A horned owl called, too certain to be accidental. Lily bowed her head. She had no pretty words for God. In this valley, what mattered rarely arrived in flowery speeches. She stayed on the bed until the owl's hoots gave out and the moonlight slipped behind the ridge. Later, she lay under the wool blanket. The curtain's gap framed a sliver of Reed's red barn. The night became a storm of its own that made every breath shallow, laced with wood smoke, sweet hay, and the low hush of land she was already beginning to miss. She didn't expect to sleep. She was wrong. Chapter 13. A few days later, the cabin held the stripped-down calm of a place returned to its original state. The cedar and eucalyptus candle was gone from the sill. The French press was bubble-wrapped. Lily's novels rested flat between a pile of wool sweaters. She had finished packing the night before, so the morning wouldn't require decisions. Only one item slowed her. On the bedside table lay the leather bookmark Reed had given her, the scent of saddle oil still clinging to it. She had used it every evening since the barn. She hesitated, then slipped it into her coat pocket. Some items were not for packing away. This was one of them. The wood stove had gone cold. She didn't relight it. She showered and dressed in dark jeans, her cream sweater, and caramel boots, the same clothes she had worn the morning she arrived in Montana. 2 packed suitcases and an overnight case waited by the door. Cole had offered to carry them to her SUV. She had thanked him and assured him that she would manage. The Bitterroot mountain range played hide-and-seek with fog and a low-hanging mist, the sky a mix of brilliant blue and intense white clouds. She boiled coffee in a saucepan and drank it standing at the window while the ranch woke around her. Walt's truck rolled through the gate at 7:30. The barn light came on. From the farmhouse, a narrow ribbon of smoke climbed off the chimney. She wanted to ignore Reed's house. Her feet didn't get the message. At 8:15, a quick little tap sounded at the door. Stella stood on the step, the toe of one frog boot resting on top of the other. A thick fleece covered her nightgown, which wasn't zipped. The purple cast poked from a sleeve. Her hair hung unbraided and wavy around her shoulders, and she clutched a soft, creased paper in her good hand. Her eyes traveled past Lily to the empty cabin. "Grandma Ruth thinks I'm in the bathroom," she said before Lily could ask. "You packed your candle?" "Yes, last night." "I could smell it from the fence sometimes." Lily stepped back, heel bumping the bed frame, the dull knock landing hard. "Mrs. Dottie told me that's what cedar smells like," Stella went on. "Are you taking it to Boise?" "Yes, I am." "Will you light it there?" "Definitely." "Then it'll still smell like here." Stella rocked forward on her toes. "Even there." "Come in for a minute," Lily said. Stella sat on the edge of the bare mattress. She unfolded the paper and held it up. A crayon drawing, 2 figures at a fence rail, a red barn past them, a yellow sun pressed into the corner. Below, in careful, uneven letters, "Come back and see midnight." The air emptied from Lily's lungs, leaving a hollowness behind her ribs. She sat beside Stella on the mattress edge and studied the drawing with the same attention she'd given the calf's crayon message. Every detail was specific and intentional. The red highlights in the woman's hair, the frog boots on the child. "I'll light the candle and think of you." Somehow, Lily's voice held. "I wished on the first star that you would say that." Stella folded her hands in her lap. "And you'll still be my friend, even in Boise?" Lily regarded the artwork, the letters wobbly with hope, and gathered Stella into her arms. "Of course." Her chin rested on Stella's head. "No matter where you are, I'll always be near." She couldn't promise any more. What distance could do? How quickly a little girl's heart might turn to someone nearer. Stella pressed the folded drawing into Lily's hand. "Come back and see midnight," she whispered, "even if it's just once." "I'll definitely try." Stella tucked into Lily's hold. "Goodbye, Miss Conrad." "Goodbye, Stella." Lily breathed in the ranch's scent, horsehair and morning, and the sweetness she'd never found a description for. Stella slid off the mattress. "I'll tell Butterscotch you said goodbye." At the door, she turned, working the zipper of her jacket up and down. "Grandma Ruth is staying longer. She told Daddy she wasn't leaving him rattling around our house by himself. He gets quiet when things go away." Stella spoke how she might report on Winston or Clyde, a plain field observation. "He whistles when he's okay." He stopped. She turned and raced outdoors. Lily sat on the bare mattress for the count of 10 long breaths. Ruth was on the porch of Reed's house when Lily came through the gate. She wore her wool cardigan and held a cloth bag. "I packed a jar of chokecherry jelly from the pantry," Ruth said. "Reed put it up last fall. Fruit tart enough to make your eyes water, but cooked down with sugar, it's the best jelly in the valley. There's some of Reed's dark roast in there as well." She tucked a folded slip of paper between the jelly and the coffee. "My number in Billings, the landline, in case you want to call someone who isn't Grace. Take it." She pressed the bag into Lily's hand. "Thank you." Ruth made a tiny, sure tilt of her head. "Drive safely, Lily. We'll miss you." She headed back to the house and latched the door. Grace hurried to the gate before Lily reached her SUV, Anna on her hip, Cole a step behind. She pulled Lily in with her free arm. "You left your fleece vest on the porch hook." "I meant to leave it." "Why?" "In case Stella gets cold." "We'll take good care of it. It'll be here." Grace shifted Anna higher. "So will we." Cole gave the mountain range a single glance. "Roads are clear through the pass. You'll make decent time." "Thank you, Cole." "Call us when you're in. We'll miss you, Lily. Drive safe." Anna grabbed Lily's hair with one imperious fist. "She's been doing that to everyone," Grace sighed. "You should feel honored. She let go of Pastor Michael's collar last week without being asked." A laugh pushed out of Lily, tender at the edges. "I should. I am her aunt." Grace pressed her palm to Lily's cheek. "Come back before the wildflowers are gone." Lily nodded. She would. For Stella, for Anna, Grace, and the crayon drawing propped against a post. Reed wouldn't notice either way. Her gaze wandered across the yard to the south fence line, where Reed's shoulder had brushed hers while they tended to the sick calf. The barn door stood open, a rectangle of deep shadow. The breeze brought scents of snow and cold iron, and a faint leather and coffee trace that always clung to him. In her mind's eye, she revisited the morning at the pond when she first arrived. Reed had scanned the hills while Stella crouched at the water's edge with Winston's jar. "Montana's less subtle," he had said. "Yes," Lily had replied. "That's one take on it." And the barn, the lantern throwing amber circles over the hay, the Virginian worn and bent in his lap. She had asked him how many times he'd read it. "Enough that I stopped counting." He had reached into the tack trunk and placed a bookmark into her hand. "Seemed like it belonged with you," he'd said. She pressed her fingers into her coat pocket. The bookmark carried her heat. She'd pretended it was only leather and thread. Now it hit her. She'd kept it close, because it was his. Reed had made it. The same hands that had steadied fence posts in the storm, laid flat against a sick calf's side and clasped Lily's arm, with a grip that had nothing hurried about it. She followed the path toward the SUV. It waited where she'd angled it earlier, pointed at the road. The cabin held its distance as it had all morning. The grass kept its color low, trampled from the night. Her boots left a clean run of prints behind her, each darker than the previous one. Lily brought the last of her suitcases to the SUV. She set the boxes and overnight case in the back, then circled to the driver's side. Her hand closed around the handle. She dawdled until her breath evened out. For a long second, she considered setting her belongings down, marching through the gate, finding Reed, and saying the words she had practiced and discarded 100 times. Instead, she yanked the car door open and climbed in. The seat took her weight without comment. She turned on the engine and placed her hands on the wheel. The road ahead was plain and unavoidable. Reed worked at the south fence when her SUV rolled down the gravel toward the gate. The side mirror revealed his back to her, driving a post with blows that landed in a recognizable, even line. The hammering paused. His shoulders shifted as though he might turn. She eased off the accelerator. The SUV slowed. Another strike dropped, clean and controlled. He stayed facing the post. She pressed her foot down, and the ranch faded behind her. The red barn drifted out of sight, plain as any other morning. She kept her eyes on the road. She knew she wouldn't cry. But halfway down the long drive, the jagged Bitterroot mountains blurred. She blinked hard and refocused on the yellow line. 7 hours was a measurable distance. She had dragged a pin across a map as the connection between two fixed points. On the outskirts of town, she switched on the radio. Laurie McKenna performed, her voice pitched low and private, a song about loving someone you cannot stay with. Lily turned it off before the chorus finished. The silence was its own company. At the first gas station outside Bitterroot, she filled the tank and paid inside. When she emerged, the mountains were smaller. Her outline flashed in the side mirror. Same cream sweater, same caramel boots, and for a second, she hardly recognized the woman staring back. Weeks ago, she'd been certain of her exit. This woman carried choke cherry jelly in a cloth bag, a child's crayon drawing folded in her tote, and the controlled echo of a hammer that had almost stopped. The May wind skimmed along the asphalt, lifting scents of diesel and sage. A truck, similar to Reed's idled, battered tailgate, faded paint. The driver climbed out, a tall man in a worn Carhartt jacket, broad shoulders, a familiar tilt of the head as he reached for the nozzle. What had lodged in her chest since morning dug in deeper, heavy as a post secured past the frost line. For a fractured instant, she pictured Reed there, the set of his jaw in the light, his fingers brushing hers when she handed him the wire cutter, the low rumble of his voice saying her name like it mattered, like she mattered. The man turned. Not Reed. Of course, not Reed. Her keys dropped out of her hand, skittering over the concrete. The sun-warmed metal on the car's hood met her palm as she steadied herself. Her eyes burned, though she refused to let the tears fall. Not here, not where anyone might see. She looked north instead, toward the distant blue line of the mountains waking up from winter. Stella was probably running a brush through Butterscotch's mane with her good hand. The memory of purple chokecherry jelly rose bitter in Lily's throat. Ruth was likely wiping down the kitchen counters for the third time. And Reed was driving posts, building a solid foundation while she drove away from it. Her fingers locked around the keys until the metal edges bit into her skin. She could still turn back. She could walk up to that fence line and say the words she'd been too afraid to speak these past few days. Stay. I want to stay. The ranch truck's door slammed. For half a heartbeat, her body betrayed her, pivoting toward the noise with a wild, foolish hope. before reality crashed in. Briefly, Lily closed her eyes. The wind stung. Her fingers shook. She slid behind the wheel and sat still, staring at nothing, then pulled the door shut with determined finality. She started the engine and steered the SUV southwest. In the rearview mirror, the mountains faded to pale ghosts, taking the only place that had ever felt like home with them. The radio stayed off, and the silence pressed in. She drove with both hands on the wheel, her chest aching with every mile that carried her farther from the man who had almost turned around. Chapter 14. The south pasture fence held. Reed sank the last post after 3 o'clock. The driver rang up through his arms and settled deep in his shoulders. Packed dirt resisted, then gave an inch at a time until the post set firm. He ran his gloved palm over the new wire, and it answered with a clean, taut strand and a thin vibration. He walked it end to end, eyes on every splice, every twist, testing with his hands where his sight didn't trust. The line stayed true. No slack, no give. It should have been enough. Walt rounded the shed, hat in hand. Holding good. For now. Reed peeled off his gloves and draped them over the rail. The sky had bleached to a dull white, the mountains the color of old ash. Walt nudged a clump of mud with his boot. Dottie left her shepherd's pie warming in the oven. Bread's papered up. Reed nodded. Thank her. Midnight cleaned both pans, Walt added. Stella named her right. Reed's gaze wandered to the little black calf, ears forward, eyes on the gate, expecting. Lily used to stop there every morning, Walt said, before she came out to you. Reed sighed. I know. Walt unscrewed his thermos and poured the last of his lemon water on the ground and let it soak in. Reed picked up the post driver and carried it to the barn. Inside the house, Stella sat at the kitchen table, her purple cast resting beside her paper, a red crayon drawing in delicate arcs. She never raised her head. Supper's on, he said. You hungry? In a minute. Where's Grandma? She's sorting tack in the stable. He washed his hands, dried them slow. He stayed anchored to the sink, water running, though he wasn't using it. Hadley arrived at 6:30 with worksheets and a tin of snickerdoodles. Stella shuffled from page to page with her tongue tucked into the corner of her mouth. He warmed milk on the stove, stirred in a pinch of turmeric, cinnamon, and a drizzle of honey until it turned golden. Golden milk, Isla had called it. He'd never admitted how much he liked the taste. Stella is reading for more meaning, Hadley said, marking a sentence. That isn't easy. She's determined. Hadley glanced up, half smiling. You say that like it's a flaw. Reed didn't answer. Instead, he greeted his mother, who had come in from the barn. The scent of cumin and bay leaves filled the kitchen. The remaining bread rested under a towel. Everything in its place, everything except the dark cabin beyond the glass. Stella's braid slipped loose, the yellow ribbon trailing. Reed stared at it until Hadley's voice pulled him back. I'm heading out. She closed the last worksheet, told Stella good night, then let Ruth take over Stella's bedtime negotiations. I'll walk you out, Reed said. Past the doorway, the air struck clean and fast. Frost rimmed the edges of Hadley's windshield. She shivered, shoulders hitching, before she faced him. Reed! He braced without shifting a muscle. She angled toward the range, a small sag running through her posture. I've been paying attention. I think I've known for a while. You're not obliged to tell me. Hadley? He'd spent weeks pretending Lily was temporary, a guest in Grace's cabin, a woman passing through on her way to someplace larger than Montana, and men who patched fences for a living. Yet every place on the ranch carried traces of her. The sight of her standing beside Butterscotch with a curry brush in hand, how she stayed in the barn with him discussing the Virginian, the sound of her laughter drifting across the pasture at sundown. No, it's all right. Her gaze flickered to the foreman's cabin, windows black. Lily doesn't let go of things. I noticed for the first time after the storm. Her words faltered. She drew a slow breath. You need someone like that. I'm sorry. Don't be. Stella will be fine. He nodded. Yeah. She climbed into the truck, started the engine, and backed down the drive. He stood silent until the taillights disappeared. Then he walked, not to the pen, not to the barn, but straight to the south pasture fence. He set both hands on the top rail and stared west. When Lily's SUV had cleared the gate, he reassured himself that it was the best outcome. He'd done the right thing. He'd repeated it at noon when the post was crooked, and he had to yank it free and reset it because his attention kept drifting sideways. He was still repeating it, the words wearing thin as old wire. The memory came. Lily at this same rail a few mornings back, sleeves pushed up, hair loose in the wind, midnight butting at her palm too hard. Easy, she muttered, as if the calf might actually understand. Tonight, he stayed at the fence while the sky bled from orange to purple, and the first stars pricked through. He pressed the heel of his hand to the rough wood. Then he strode to the small cross and Isla's burial site. 3 years of mornings lived here. Hat off, head bowed, a brief prayer, then back to work. Heartfelt. Clean. Done. Isla used to laugh and say he talked to God with the same efficiency he worked a fence. No wasted motion. Tonight didn't fit that shape. He stood longer than usual, turning his hat between his fingers. Lord, the word came out raw. He cleared his throat. A breeze moved through, bending the grass low. He said it low, and he shook his head. I keep, he whispered. A sharp crack split the darkness. The barn door slammed. His head lifted. For a second, he imagined Lily in the cabin doorway, fingers on the door jamb, waiting. His grip tightened on his hat. I told myself, he continued. A gust shouldered the barn again, a deeper knock. Reed stared past it. I didn't go back in. I left it there. The door, the latch, her. Another gust hit him square, pushing his coat against his ribs. I keep saying it's... The wind caught his voice, but the heart of his plea pushed through. He shook his head and let the rest drop. The fence line stretched out, one section faintly off, with enough slack to notice if you knew where to look. He thumbed the cold grit of his jaw. I don't want it like that. The grass stopped shivering after the last wind glided past. His shoulders dropped, setting down a weight he'd been carrying in the wrong direction. 2 steaming mugs of hot apple cider waited on the porch railing, the sweet, spiced scent floating through the air. Ruth sat rocking slowly, a shawl pulled tight around her, her gaze fixed on the dark foreman's cabin across the yard. She crossed one leg in that familiar manner that meant she'd decided how the conversation would end. You let her go, she said quietly. Reed took the second mug as he climbed the steps. She has a good job in Boise, a life there. You've spent 3 years choosing the safest distance from pain. I understand why. After Isla, we all learned how quickly everything can disappear. She reached over and squeezed his forearm. But Lily's not fragile, Reed, and she's not running from you. He sighed. I don't know how to do this again, he said. The cider steamed untouched between his hands. I barely figured out how to keep going after losing Isla. How am I? You're supposed to try, Ruth replied. Isla wouldn't want you measuring every risk before you let yourself love once more. Don't choose the safe distance because it feels familiar, son. That kind of safety is the loneliest place there is. Stars multiplied above the ridge, thick and fierce. Stella's asleep, Ruth commented. She left you a drawing on the table. He'd glanced at it earlier. 2 figures at a fence rail, red crayon streaks for Lily's hair, a loose halo of yellow circles for Stella. He hadn't allowed himself to study it. She straightened the cuff of her coat. Your father used to hesitate like this. Reed eased an elbow on the railing and tilted toward her. Mistook distance for decency. She shifted the rocking chair a few inches closer. He thought keeping his hurt to himself was protecting me. It took me a year and 1 very direct conversation to convince him I'd rather carry the weight together than watch him carry it alone. Her chair slowed. Eventually, he understood. Her hands stilled on the armrests. He drove all those hours in January to bring me a single lily from the greenhouse in Billings, because I'd mentioned once that I missed seeing them in winter. He wasn't too practical for that. She let that settle. Reed thumbed mud off his knee. Isla would have gone after her, Ruth said. You know it. He set his mug on the railing. Truck keys are on the hook. Ruth stood, kissed his cheek, and opened the screen door. I'll be here for Stella as long as you need me. Nothing much is waiting at home. Walt will handle the ranch. Reed lingered on the porch, then entered the house. Stella's drawing lay on the table. 2 figures at the fence. No space between them. He picked it up, careful with the edges, and propped it against the fruit bowl so the pages wouldn't curl. He grabbed his keys off the hook. Halfway to the truck, his doubt caught up. What if Lily didn't? What if he was already too late? He climbed in, backed out, and let the headlights cut across the yard. Chapter 15. Reed punched Grace's number in on the highway shoulder outside Bitterroot, his truck rumbling while gravel popped against the tires. She picked up on the second ring. Anna's babbling sliced through the speaker, all baby opinions and sleepy vowels. Please tell me where she is, he said. Grace didn't ask who, and she didn't scold the hour. She rattled off Lily's apartment complex name and number, then her voice softened. Reed. I know, he cut in. Don't let her talk you out of it. The conversation ended. He steered his truck back onto the blacktop. 7 merciless hours stretched ahead, crammed with the words he'd spoken at the fence rail. I hope you made the right call. What would you like me to say, Lily? Lily had driven away while his boots stayed rooted in the dirt. His headlights carved a narrow path through Dillon, then Lima. The pass rose black and steep, the lanes empty but for his truck and the hum under the hood. He drove faster than he should have, hands clamped to the wheel, jaw locked until it throbbed. He stopped once for fuel and a coffee that scorched his tongue. Back on the road, there was nothing left to distract him. Stella's red crayon pressed into Lily's hair in the drawing. A mason jar held a frog in the morning sunshine. A beetle named Clyde crawled through the glass. Lily in the calf pen, knees in the straw, her palm flat against a sick animal's heaving ribs, refusing to flinch. He gripped the steering wheel until the leather creaked. 3 years ago, his taillights dwindled down the driveway. He'd told himself the choice was sensible and hadn't turned back. Not this time. Night bled from charcoal to a dull iron blue. The valley opened, and Boise spilled across the desert landscape in neat grids of streetlights, indifferent to one desperate cowboy. He shook his head and killed the engine. The air slapped him, reeking of asphalt and mown grass instead of pine and frost. Reed drove the looping lanes of the storage complex twice before he spotted the raised, rolling door. Fluorescent light washed over the pavement. He clicked the headlights off as the sky paled. He headed straight toward the end of the row, boots quiet on the concrete. Lily stood half-turned, a cardboard box balanced against her hip, jacket unzipped and jeans dusty at the knees. The unit held her life in neat, taped-up order. A console table, bubble-wrapped cushions, a bed frame stacked like kindling. The ghost of a glass and steel office haunted the packed boxes. "Lily," he said. She whirled. The box slipped. Her shoulders snapped tight. He lunged, bracing the box against the metal shelving. His hands covered hers. Heat flared where their skin met. Her gaze flew to the open door. "Reed, what are you doing here?" He smiled and said, "I talked to my mother." "What?" "I've been driving since 11. She stared at him. "You should be on the ranch," she said. "No need," he replied. "My mother is with Stella. Walt's working." He set the box on the floor and stepped back slightly. "I owe you an apology." "You already gave me one." "Not the right one," he said quietly. She crossed her arms, chin lifted. "Fine." He hadn't driven all night for easy. "I told you Boise was good work," he began. "I said 7 hours was a distance." His breath came too shallow. "What I should have said is I don't want that distance. Not with you on the other side of it." Her gaze stayed fixed on him. "You could have mentioned that." "Yes." "Any number of times?" "True." The admission burned. He stood in the fluorescent glare like a man who'd walked out of the wrong century. Snow still clung to the shoulders of his canvas jacket. He smelled of pine, diesel, and 8 hours of highway. "I left the morning of the Missoula auction without going back inside." He lowered his head a fraction. "I didn't want to wake her." "You stay outside of things. You're practical." "That's not always a good thing." He breathed in, and it stung. "I chose wrongly again," he continued. "I watched you drive off and lied to myself." Her arms slowly unfolded. "And," he went on, "I haven't believed a word of that since. The thought of you unpacking this life without me felt worse than any fence I've ever fixed in the dark. And I'm not making the same mistake twice." The overhead lights buzzed, the noise needling through the cold, concrete walls. "I'm not asking you to walk away from Boise." He towed a loose piece of bubble wrap at his feet. "I'm asking you not to walk away from me." She swallowed hard. "Those aren't separate." "They don't have to be finished either." "That's not an answer, Reed." "It's a start." Pressure never earned trust. He'd learned that young. "I realize how you decide. You need time, facts, the complete picture." Her hand brushed dust off a metal shelf. Outdoors, the first bird tested a thin, tentative note against the city dawn. "You drove all night," she whispered. "I did." "To stand in a storage unit in Boise." "Yes," he said. "That's where you are." Her chin dipped. She shifted. He waited, steady on the outside, nowhere near steady inside. "I haven't fully unpacked," she said. "I noticed." Her gaze lifted, carrying a question neither of them named. He came closer. She stayed rooted. He cupped the side of her face, thumb brushing dust from her cheekbone. She was warm and real, wearing that same unguarded expression when the calf finally stood on shaky legs, as if the whole moment might shift if she leaned into it. She sighed. "Reed." "I realize this job matters to you," he said. "I'm not expecting you to give up your career. Just don't slam the door on us before we even try to walk through it." "I don't slam doors." Her voice dipped on the last syllable. "No." he smiled. You hold them open longer than anyone has a right to ask. Her palm settled over his heart. 7 hours. He shrugged. I've made longer drives. You can't keep this up forever. Only the next step. She grinned. You still don't have a long speech. Nope. He rested his forehead against hers. I left it somewhere near Dylan. Her fingers eased into the worn canvas of his jacket. Cardboard and dust rose around them. A life paused mid-breath. Come back to the ranch for the weekend, he said. Before you start, Stella's been tracking Midnight's weight like it's a science project. She has a notebook and charts. She'll want an audience. After that, we'll figure out the rest. She studied his face in the harsh fluorescent bulbs, her gaze tracing the deep lines at the corners of his eyes and the sun-baked creases across his cheekbones, put there by years of squinting into wind and loss. He let her look. No hiding, not anymore. He drew her close. Her forehead dropped to his shoulder, and a long, shaky exhale left her. When she tilted her face up, his hand slid from her cheek to her nape, knuckles threading through her hair, giving her one more heartbeat to pull away. She didn't. He kissed her. Coffee and the cold night air met on his lips. Hers answered warm, tasting faintly of mint and the faint grit of city dust. She leaned in, fingers curled tight into his jacket, pulling the stubborn trace of ranch, leather, hay, and pine. Weekend, he said. The word scraped out low and raw. Weekend. He held her close, hand anchored at the small of her back, certain as a man who had finally stopped running from what mattered. The first true light of morning crept through, cool and silver, reaching for them where they stood, wrapped together in the open doorway of a half-packed life. The next step had direction, and it started with her. Epilogue. That weekend, Lily followed Reed's truck north. She returned to Boise Sunday evening, unpacked her belongings, and sat at her desk Monday morning. Before noon, a route to Bitterroot filled the margin of her legal pad. The following Friday, Reed drove down instead, meeting her after work at a small diner on the edge of Boise, with dust on his boots and takeout bags in hand. He'd booked a room at a modest motel off the highway, nothing more than a spot to wash the road off him before seeing her. By their third visit, she stayed an extra day at the ranch. On a Sunday at dusk, the porch boards cooled under her feet, while the mountains swallowed the last of the light. August settled in, and Montana had become the only place she slept straight through the night. The drive to Boise no longer felt like going home. It felt like waiting. She called Maya that evening. September brought the first serious color to the aspens along the ridge, gold running in thin, bright streams toward the valley floor. The mountains wore their early snow at the peaks. The sky heightened into the Montana blue that arrived once a year and stayed long enough to mean it. The white clapboard church on Main Street was swept and aired. Jars of late-season wildflowers lined the windowsills, goldenrod and purple aster, the last of summer's generosity. Ruth had arranged them without being asked. Grace stood at Lily's elbow in the narrow vestibule. Anna perched on Cole's hip outside, working her fingers toward his collar button with systematic intent. Ready? Grace asked. Lily faced the door. The piano started. Mrs. Zimba, who had consented readily to play. Lily caught the opening notes and placed them. Morning Dew. Stella had insisted. Reed hadn't argued. Grace pressed her palm to Lily's arm and stepped aside. The doors opened. The church held every person who had watched her arrive in April with city boots and a closed face. Walt and Dottie in the third row. Walt's hat on his knee, Dottie's hand over his. Tommy Rodriguez standing at the end of a pew, because the rows had filled before he arrived, grinning anyway. Ruth in the front, silver hair neat, hands folded. And Reed. He stood at the altar in a light blue shirt rolled up to the forearms, a dark ranch jacket brushed clean, his best boots polished to a shine, hat in both hands, turning it in that slow rotation she recognized. His jaw was smooth from a fresh shave, and his gaze found her at the back of the aisle and held without wavering. The sight of him rooted her for a half step. He wasn't smiling yet. He was absorbing her. From the caramel boots to the loose strand she failed to pin up, and his expression carried the same quality as those early mornings at the fence. Entirely present, entirely certain. She walked toward him. Stella stood separately in a yellow lace dress, a fistful of wildflowers clutched in both hands. She'd gathered them herself from the meadow beyond the barn at first light. Lily knew because of the muddy boot prints on the porch boards. Lily reached Reed. He transferred his hat to one hand and offered the other palm up. She placed her hand in his. Pastor Michael led a blessing, the amen rising from the room in a single voice. Then he opened his Bible. The church settled into its Sunday quiet, the squeak of old pews, the hush of breath. They recited their vows, worn smooth by generations of people who stood in this spot and meant every word. Reed's tone came low and firm, directed entirely at her. When her turn arrived, her voice held. She had come too close to losing this to spend it on anything but the moment. Then Stella dropped the wildflowers. The entire fistful went at once, scattering across the aisle in a wide, bright sprawl of goldenrod and aster. She stiffened, staring at the petals around her boots. Then she tipped her chin toward the congregation with the expression of someone who had planned the whole thing from the beginning. The laughter that followed was the kind a family keeps for later retelling. Reed's thumb moved across Lily's knuckles. She held on. The cedar and eucalyptus candle claimed its spot on the kitchen windowsill the day Lily stopped visiting and started belonging. She placed it between the lemon balm and the unopened jar of choke cherry jelly. Reed came in from breaking ice off the water tanks, boots heavy. He studied the new arrangement, then stepped close and kissed her temple. No words, only the press of his lips saying, "This is ours." October struck Bitterroot with the same blunt force as April, though the mornings brought a deeper chill and the evenings hushed sooner. The valley flared with aspen gold, racing down the ridges. Mountains pulled down their first serious snow as a crown. Pastures crisped at the edges. The sky deepened to a richer, bruising blue. Coffee cooled beside Lily in the kitchen. The radio murmured, "George Strait." Reed had slipped out before 5, showering and dressing in the dark, so he wouldn't wake her. She'd been awake anyway. Montana had rewired her body clock, and she'd quit fighting it. Barn light filtered through the golden cottonwoods. He crossed the corral, hat low, shoulders set against the chill, that easy ranch stride, eating up ground like he was born to it. Her husband. The word settled, rooted and real. Walt had married Dottie inside of 6 months, and Reed didn't hesitate to remind him of that when Walt raised his eyebrows at their speed. Walt claimed he failed to see the connection. Dottie told him to hush. The screen door creaked. Reed entered on a rush of frosty mountain air, wood smoke, and chilled saddle oil. He hung his hat, washed up, and came to stand beside her at the window. Midnight cleared the east pasture gate and was in with the yearlings at first light, he said, accepting the fresh mug of apple cider she handed him. She's not supposed to be there. Nope. His mouth twitched. She's been working that latch for days. Lily laughed. Learned from butterscotch. Probably, Reed said. Walt's reinforcing the gate. He's real quiet about it. Means he's furious. Reed's grin flashed quick and crooked. Give him another day, and that post will wear a groove. Bare feet hit the stairs at full speed. Stella burst in wearing purple fleece over pajamas, her caste long gone. Is Grandma Ruth here yet? Her truck's not in the drive, Reed said. I'll keep watching for her. Stella spun and raced back upstairs. She's been up since 6:30. Lily nodded toward the ceiling. Singing. A new piece? New and faster. Mrs. Zimba moved her up to the next level. Reed gave a small, resigned laugh. That woman's got courage. When Ruth arrived an hour later, she absorbed Stella's full-body tackle without flinching. Her gaze landed on the thriving lemon balm. It likes the light here, Lily said. Before long, Stella crouched with Ruth over her piano book, tracing notes in purple marker. Reed leaned in beside Lily, voice low. Look at that, he said. She wrote the finger numbers in again. Lily smiled. Never a good idea. Mrs. Zimba's going to have opinions. He chuckled. She'll discover it soon enough. You can drive Stella to the next lesson. She grinned. Are you afraid of Mrs. Zimba? Petrified. Dry grass bent under passing tires as the double H yard filled, one truck at a time. Grace had called it a casual fall gathering. In Bitterroot, that meant the entire valley showed up with covered dishes and lawn chairs, ready to stay until the stars took over. Grace brought banana bread, warm with powdered sugar. Lily set out a slightly lopsided apple pie she and Stella had baked together, the crust shedding cinnamon and tart fruit when anyone lifted the foil. Anna toddled straight to her with chubby arms, then eyed Reed with open toddler suspicion. Tommy Rodriguez and Cole clattered in with a coil of fencing wire. Walt mentioned he needed this back in July, Tommy said. Walt mentions things in July. Folks show up in October, Cole snorted. That's the system. Cole built a fire in the late afternoon. Walt and Dottie claimed their usual spots, shoulders brushing. Hadley arrived with a friend, raised a hand toward Reed across the yard, and headed for the food table without stopping. Lily slipped away to the calf pen. Midnight pushed her broad black nose into Lily's arm in greeting. You've grown, she murmured. The faded crayon drawing still hung near the post. Get better. Daddy is taking care of you. Reed's boots crunched frozen grass behind her. His arms came around her waist, pulling her back against his chest. Walt's on the tractor in the pond story again. Did Dottie mean to do it? Reed's voice carried a smile. He says she has two answers, depending on who's asking. Stella's laugh rang out, full of life, and Reed tightened his embrace in that instinctive way that he loved, an involuntary pull toward what mattered. She tipped her head back. The fire's warmth and October's chill balanced on her skin. Above the ridge, the leading star burned through the darkness, bright and alone. Stella in the cabin doorway months ago, purple cast, unbraided hair, folded drawing in her good hand. I wished on the first star that you would say that. Lily had made no wishes. She'd simply released, and love had found her, in a Boise storage unit at dawn, in a man who drove through the night and showed up anyway. Reed turned her gently and rested his palm against her cheek. His kiss was slow, deliberate, a promise that held every tomorrow they were destined to build. She smiled into the kiss, tasting coffee and a hint of apple. The meadowlark had gone quiet for the season, but its melody lived in the grass and the long blue line of the mountains in the mornings still to come. It would return. She had all the time in the world. The end. Stella's thumbprint cookies. She brought them on a plate covered in aluminum foil, 4 in a careful row, each centered with a thumbprint pressed deep, made by a person with small hands and large intentions. Ingredients: 1/2 cup unsalted butter, softened, 1/2 cup packed brown sugar, 1 large egg, 1 teaspoon vanilla extract, 1 cup all-purpose flour, 1½ cups old-fashioned rolled oats, 2 teaspoons ground cinnamon, 1/2 teaspoon baking soda, 1/4 teaspoon salt, 1/2 cup chokecherry or strawberry jam for filling. Instructions: heat the oven to 350 degrees. Line a baking sheet with parchment paper. In a large bowl, stir the butter and brown sugar until smooth. Add the egg and vanilla, and stir again until combined. A wooden spoon works well for this part. Add the flour, oats, cinnamon, baking soda, and salt to the bowl. Stir until everything comes together into a soft dough. It will be a little sticky, that is fine. Roll the dough into balls about the size of a walnut and place them 2 inches apart on the baking sheet. Press your thumb firmly into the center of each one. Press deep. The edges will crack a little. That is exactly right. Spoon a small amount of jam into each thumbprint. Not too much, or it will run over the edges. About 1/2 teaspoon per cookie. Ask a grown-up to put the baking sheet in the oven. Bake for 11 to 13 minutes until the edges are golden. The centers may look soft. They will firm up. Allow the cookies to cool on the baking sheet for 5 minutes before moving them. Arrange 4 in a careful row on a plate. Cover with aluminum foil if you're delivering them to a neighbor. Makes about 24 cookies. Choke cherry jam is traditional in Montana. Strawberry or raspberry jam works beautifully if choke cherry is not available. Stella added the cinnamon too fast. The recipe reflects her generosity. A grown-up may reduce it to 1 teaspoon, but Stella would not recommend that. Mrs. Dottie helped. Daddy handled the oven part. He mostly watched. A note to my readers. Some stories arrive almost by accident, and Wishes and Wildflowers was one of those. Lily is not a woman who falls apart gracefully. She holds on hard, and when she finally lets go, she doesn't quite know what to do with her empty hands. I loved writing her for that reason, and I loved giving her a man like Reed Calloway, steady and closed off and caring more than anyone around him realized, because some people can only be reached by someone who isn't trying to reach them at all. Stella did the rest. That little girl walked onto the page and made herself at home, and truthfully, she took over. If you find yourself crying over a 6-year-old and her mason jar, I will not apologize. This is a book about 2 people who have both learned the cost of holding on. It is also a book about Montana and about a faith that doesn't announce itself, and what happens when the land and one determined child decide the matter before the grown-ups can. Thank you for trusting me with your reading hours. I never take that gift lightly. This has been Wishes and Wildflowers, a sweet second-chance cowboy romance, written and narrated by Josie Riviera. Copyright 2026 by Josie Riviera. All rights reserved. If this story stayed with you, I'd be so grateful if you left a review. It means more than you know. And I'd love to stay connected. You can find me at josieriviera.com. Until next time, happy listening.